Cue the music. Yeah, you start with deep water. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern. Have a great day. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just getting this YouTube thing going again.
Barry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I've got you. I can hear you on YouTube right now.
Okay, you can. Well, you can hear me then. What I did is I just restarted the whole process. So maybe that helped.
All right.
Okay. If you can hear me, then that's great. Then others must be able to hear me too. Thanks, Chris.
Yep, you got it. All right. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. Okay, Gary. So yeah, I just restarted the process and okay, good. Okay, guys. So let me arrange a couple of things on my other monitor. All right, we should be good to go now. So will we have any sort of a balance? Well, as I'm speaking, there's a little green candle. And again, if you were trading or looking at the market yesterday, boy, that was I haven't seen a market quite like the one yesterday. I mean, we've seen markets down. That's not what I'm talking about. But we had a big gap down in the pre-market, and then it just continued to sell off all day with virtually no balance whatsoever. You know, we didn't have even like 30 minutes of a couple of green candles. Nothing. Okay, so I am going to now check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. That is from briefing.com. Well, that's interesting. We've got two upgrades, a few more downgrades, but only a couple of upgrades. So I'll get them in right now. Oops. And now I'll get some of the downgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. You're saying a house? Okay, okay, hold on, Nathan, hold on. Let's see. Okay. See, when I first did it, it looked like you had the screen, but okay, now you should have it now. Okay, thank you. So Malik, no, this is not, we don't call out trades here. We don't, in other words, I certainly don't. I'm not an investment advisor. I'm not going to say, okay, everybody buy this one right here. Okay, that's not the way this works. I, you'll hear me talk about ideas, and I might say, for instance, if I were looking at the CMRX, I might say, you know what, guys? I mean, there's the high 199. It's of 3 days ago. If it remained over two for a while and got some volume, this could be a good trade because when you look left, the next high is 424. That's the sort of thing that I would say. And you have to take if it meets your trading plan. And of course, you might say, well, I don't have a trading plan. Well, that's why you've got to practice trading. But that's the sort of idea that I will, potentially come out with. Others in the room will have, similar thoughts about opinions about where a stock might be an interesting place to take a trade. But it's not like we are, or I am going to say, okay, take this trade right now if it takes out 210. Okay. But I will say things like, I mean, I'm just using this as an example. If CMRX takes out 210 on good volume, that's a trade I'd probably like to take. Okay. If I'm in it, I'll let you know. But usually what happens is I'm trying to see a little bit ahead of time, picking a price that I might like to get into a trade. You can put a price alert, you can look at it and think, I see what the guy's looking at. It makes sense to me. Or no, I don't like it. Doesn't make sense to me. You see what I mean? So it's not. Now, real unreal. Zach mentioned Zeal before. Now, I did see Zeal in the pre-market. Only issue I have with it is that it not trading. Yeah, only 26,000 shares so far. It is up 20%. It's fairly low float, 35 million. And their news is that they're going to seek FDA approval. Seek FDA approval. They don't have it. They're not even in. However, I guess they're at the end of phase three. Okay, so that's a little more interesting. End of phase three. And it said the end of their phase three study met the primary endpoint. So it could be interesting. Absolutely, like 35 million. It's not a crazy low float situation, but certainly not a high float. Just the volume, of course, has to pick up. This is not short, excuse me, shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A moment here. So, I mean, that's up a lot on no volume. I mean, up 20% on no volume. I mean, the news has obviously caused the pop here. Well, you can go, okay, so Faisal, just go to Tools from your toolbar, click on Tools, and then Options, and then Time Options. First of all, I have to make sure you can hear me and you're watching what I'm doing. Okay, so from our toolbar, click on Tools, and then Options, and then go to Time Options. Now you can pick your time zone. So market time, of course, is 9:30 or 9:30. It's the Eastern time, wherever it is, Eastern Canada. Okay. And then save it. And don't forget to save. This is a bug. Don't forget to save your work at the end of the day too, because everything you do, including changing a time zone, but every little thing that you do, if you don't save your work at the end of the day, those changes will not be saved. It's like any other software program. Yeah, just seeing this Nero now. What time is it? Yeah, so it just, excuse me, got a little catch in my throat here. So this just popped in just as I was opening the room. Nero just popped in here. Well, wearable neural modulation device has received FDA de novo authorization. All right. So that is some news from Neuro. All right, it's now 9:22, so let's take a look. I'm sure we're all the sectors, maybe not. I haven't checked what energy is doing this morning, or what oil is doing this morning. But let's take a look at the major sectors. So I went to the toolbar, clicked on new, and then I clicked on the channel bar. And this is what we're going to see. I'm sure virtually everything is going to be negative. Even oil. Okay, so even the energy stock. So we are in for another rocky open, of course. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE, major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. What that 100% in red means, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. I didn't check the price of oil this morning, but I guess it must have gone down somewhat. But look at everything else is all negative. Okay, there is not one positive sector to take a look at. Now, 15 minutes from now, or 15 minutes after the market opens, half an hour after the market opens, what I'm going to do is, and I can actually, Pepe, by the way, I have the sector change, which is exactly the same as this, except it's sorted on the change from the open. This is all sorted on the change from the close, but I created another one and on the change from the open, because what can start to happen is, stocks could be still down from yesterday's close, but from the open, they're starting to move higher. That could happen. So it's always interesting to, that's why I think the change from the open, much more powerful than the change from the close. Of course, I have to use the change from the close here because we haven't opened yet. Well, on the platform itself, from the singles, as Harry said, the single stock window is news. Okay. I thought I did that yesterday for you, Raj, but okay. Okay. So here it is. So yeah, so we do have a news tab. Now, is it instantaneous news? No. But if you're looking for pre-market news, it's, pretty reliable. During the day, though, I mean, if you're looking for, those services that charge $100, $150 a month to get the so-called instant news, no, this is not going to be it. Typically, what I do, I find that IB's new Interactive Brokers news headline, I mean, it's pretty instant. So that's what I use during the day. So if you have Interactive Brokers, and you're looking for a little more fast breaking news, I'd probably be looking at their news service, which is just part of the program. Okay, let's take a look at UPST. Is it over 50? Not quite, but yeah, I mean, this did remarkably well yesterday. Remember now, yesterday was just a horrible day, sell off, everything was selling off basically. This one had all the reasons to sell off. You think about it, because I mean, 5 to 6 days ago, it had earnings, got blasted down from 70. I mean, look at this, guys, from 79 down to 31. That was an earnings play. And it's been recovering, for the last 5 days. But you would have thought maybe yesterday, I mean, because remember, the reason it was blasted down, they're still in effect. Nothing has really changed. There's bottom fishing going on and tremendous. I mean, from 25 up to 50 yesterday, 52 actually. But you would have thought that yesterday might have been the day said, okay, enough of this bottom fishing, and we're just going to sell off like the rest of the market. Did not do that. Very interesting. I think Hog had a downgrade. Oh no, it was Winnebago. It wasn't Hog. Winnebago had a downgrade this morning. Hog is in an earnings play. Is not an earnings play. Suspending some assembly. So that is your news for Hog this morning. Let's see if it was here too. Yep. So I mean, a lot of the pre-market stuff you can get, it's pretty much up to date. So you can just click on that news tab. This is the same thing from Interactive Brokers. Okay. And again, guys, this is not up. Just I apologize. This SXTC is not up 1,500%. It's a reverse split, 1 for 20 reverse split. Our provider has not updated, I guess, their database. Yeah, the volume is still stagnant for Zeal, ZEAL, still stagnant. Still 26. Less than a minute. Yes. Okay, guys. Less than a minute for this open. We're Thursday now. Okay. So 4 days. This is the fourth day of the test drive. Still time to sign up if you want. You can have the balance of today plus 6 trading days. It'll still cost you $11.11. If you think it's worth it, sign up. I'll give you the link. I'll have you'll have our premium service. Only thing you cannot do is auto trade anything. Okay. But you can still sign up for the test drive. And one other thing about the test drive, when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. And we do this about 4 times a year. So good opportunity to try us out. All right. We are now open. All right, well, the goose is starting to fade now. Canada Goose, GOOS, starting to fade. Well, it's all, Florida, I mean, the strategies, they got optimized overnight. And if a stock meets, I mean, when they get optimized overnight, Holly or the AI does not know that the market's gapping down like it did. Okay. So It's just a matter of, whatever filters were present in those strategies, they got triggered. But as I said yesterday, I'd be a little bit reluctant to take anything long. I don't care if it comes from the AI or anything that I've got. Well, I'd like to think we might have, a couple of green candles in a row today. We're starting off with a mild one right now. Hard to believe we'll just have another day of just completely selling off with no bounce whatsoever. I'm not saying we'll end up positive, but all right, CAN is just making a new high here. Okay, this is an earnings play, crypto play, earnings play, China play. Yeah, it doesn't configure the strategies during the day. But listen, yeah, again, we don't get so many alerts. I look at the only reason, for people, well, I'm not singling you out, but most of the time it's because people want to auto trade and they're thinking, well, why would I take those trades? Well, you wouldn't. I mean, just because I use the AI like a watch list, that's all it is to me. It's a watch list. It's not the be all and the end all. It doesn't mean when I get an alert, I just pile into the trade. It's like anything else that I get. I'll always click on the symbol. I'll take a look to see what's happening. What is the market doing quickly? What does it look like on the higher time frames? And then I'll make up my mind. I never take a trade, immediately just because I get an alert. And that's the same thing with the AI. Oh, you know what? We didn't have this yesterday. I'm not saying this is going to last. We're only 3 minutes into the market, but at least we're showing some green here. NAS is only down 3. Okay. NAS is only down 3. And NAS now just went mildly positive. So just for fun, now I'll wait a bit because remember when we looked at those sectors, the major sectors in the pre-market, everything was down from yesterday's close. But my guess is if I looked at that sector status now and the change from the open, we'd probably see a lot of stocks that are above the open. Target is still getting whacked here, guys. Look at Target, PGT, still getting nailed here. So the low yesterday was 155.20. Again, if it takes that low out, I mean, I know there's it looks like there's some support around 150 for Target on that monthly chart. All right, guys, look at Children's Place. Children's Place has actually popped, yeah, back up. This is a different day so far. So far, this is a different day. So Children's Place, PLCE, is an earnings play. When I saw it this morning, it was at $30. Okay, it is popped. I don't know. Now. I don't know how long it was there, but it got back up to 34. It's tacked on $10, $10, and we're actually gone positive. So the market might have a bit of a bounce in it today. Let's see that first green candle. Let's see if it can remain green. We're only 5 minutes in. And it's still pretty strong, guys. This is shortable for me. I mean, my bias is certainly on the short side of this one. It looks like it's getting into 384 is the next high looking left for CAN. Even Macy's is having a bounce. Macy's is having a bounce also. Target is just not bouncing at all. Wow, Target is really, really selling off. TGT really selling off. No bounce in this one yet. Now, again, the low yesterday was 155.20. I mean, if it takes that out. And Walmart, yeah, but is Walmart bouncing at all? These were the two big earnings plays. Yeah, so it is. So Walmart is now. So Walmart had earnings 2 days ago. Target had the earnings yesterday, but Walmart, kept moving down yesterday. Now it's below yesterday's low. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. KSS, even this one is trying to come back, guys. So we saw the same thing with Children's Place, PLCE. So this is another earnings play. And this is KSS, and it is trying to come back. It wouldn't surprise me if this goes positive for a while. Okay, Target's had a bounce now, guys. Target has had a bit of a mild bounce. 156 back up to 157. That's pretty mild. Look at this first 15-minute candle. NAS is up now. Nothing in the AI yet. Have the AI just load this screen. Click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window and just let the alerts come in. Nothing has happened yet. Earliest alert could have been 9:35. And it's still pretty strong. I mean, it's coming into that high right there, 384. A lot of volume. It's not a low float, 110 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. Interesting, nothing hitting my 10-day daily breakdown yet. Yesterday at this time, we had a few already, of course, with the market doing what it was doing. So we've got a minor divergence right now in the so-called growth stocks versus value stocks, okay? A minor divergence. Look at GLBE testing 20 now. GLBE testing 20. Of course, this was one that had earnings a couple of days ago, got absolutely slammed down, but had an amazing recovery all day long and actually went positive. I was thinking about this Warby yesterday, and it never really collapsed like I thought it might. This had the Goldman downgrade, but you know what? It doesn't care right now. WRBY. Well, so much for the SIGA news, SIGA news. Well, that was a heck of a short, $10 down to 860. So there's the news and, okay. So there's your news. You know, I don't know. I don't know how much smallpox is going around in the world, but this is the news on it. FDA approval, but what is the market for this sort of a drug? And how much does it cost and all that sort of stuff? So, I mean, SIGA is just falling right now. SIGA. And we have a green opening 15-minute candle. We have another 3 minutes left for this candle to close. We have a halt. All right, well, this one is not over yet, I guess. DPSI, of course, this was one that got all the way up to what, 12 something yesterday, 1309. Low float situation. I can't remember. I guess they might have had some news yesterday. I can't remember what it was. It certainly was. Well, actually, it was an earnings play in the 16th. So I don't think they had any news yesterday, but they had earnings the day before that. Because remember, on the pre-market on the 16th. So this was, so right there. No big reaction actually. Next day though, and it got through that 200-day moving average. This was a very, very active. Again, these sort of stocks with the float. If you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't take a look at them. I mean, they're all a lot of fun when you get into one, yes, and they just soar. Not so much fun if you get into one and they drop like a stone, and that's exactly what can happen with 6 million in the float. That's the amount of that's the amount of shares available for trading. That's a very low number. I consider anything under 20 low. So the lower that number is, so that's the supply of stock. And if for whatever reason there's demand, like any other commodity on earth, the price goes up. Whoa, okay, well, there you go. So that's the news. I mean, is that any, well, I guess it's not any different from, but wow, look at that. So that just hit, I guess. Wow. That's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure if there were shorts available earlier. Surprised it wasn't halted on the way down. Obviously, the system did not kick in. Well, it knocked it down. It was starting to AFRM was starting to move higher, but yeah, maybe that's what happened with this one too. And now Under Armour, UAA, not an earnings play. I think they had earnings last week, uh, earlier, May the 6th. Yeah, I mean, this is almost an all-time low for Under Armour. I think I'm wearing one of their shirts right now. Excuse me. Well, alas, the SPY could not hold it, guys. The SPY could not hold it. We're seeing for another rocky day here. SPY tried. There's that opening 15-minute candle. At one point it was all the way up here, but the sellers knocked it down here. If this next candle is red and takes out the low here, I mean, we're just going to be in another fiasco of a day. I mean, will we get any bounces at all? Well, guys, Canada Goose is a gap down and or gap up and reverse. Okay, Canada Goose. Gap up and reverse. You see it showing up right here. The alert was at 1974. This is my gap continuation or reversal scan. And with what the market is doing in retail in general, I mean, it's not like Canada Goose was soaring ahead of all this. So one reason I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes is just for reasons like this. I mean, you might have thought, okay, look at Macy's as an example. Look at Macy's. All right, maybe we're gonna have a turnaround in retail today, and whoops, no. I mean, just Macy's, for a float like this of this size, I find Macy's quite choppy. Canada Goose, guys, Canada Goose, Canada Goose. Okay, why do I have an alert for INBX right here? 1248. No, it's an all-time low now. INBX, this is an all-time low. Oh, Canada Goose, guys, I hope somebody was listening to me. That 20 break is so critical. Market not helping, of course, and oh boy. All right, I just covered some of this Canada Goose. I'm wondering if it can take out 19. I mean, there's where it came from, 1820. I don't know if it's going to get down there, but I've covered some of the Canada Goose. DPSI opened. What did it open at? Yeah, it's just, I can't remember if there was any specific news on it yesterday. It had earnings, right here, but no reaction, but definitely a delayed reaction. I don't think Vedu is shortable for me. No. VEDU is, oh, well, you're looking as it moving higher. Oh, I see. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, yeah, look at that red candle now. Okay, well, short-lived. Remember, the NAS was mildly positive. I know on Zach's bounce plays, the first one is on Cisco, but it's an earnings play. I mean, to step in right now again to try to play a bounce. I mean, some of them might work a little bit, but look at this one. SACH, is this short? Ooh, it is shortable. Look at this. There's the 200-day moving average, not that far away. Hard to believe that it'll take that out. SACH. This is from Zach's topping scan. There's some news on this. Seen this one before, but I haven't seen it for a while. Well, okay, watch out though. I mean, this is now, okay, it just tested the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, that just tested it. There it is at 531. It's 542 now. Boy, this is really romping here. I don't see any specific news on it. It's on an earnings play.
Buy.
No, I'm not, Moogie. We'd be watching this maybe on a 5 break or something. I mean, you're giving up a lot, but it's still pretty risky. It's not a crazy low float, 33 million, so it's not like a crazy low float. Not a high float, but not crazy low. Whoa. So now DPSI got halted on the way down. So that's why you hear me say this all the time. If you're new, even if you're not new, but you take one of these low float situations, which this one is, you cannot get into a trade like this and then wander away from your computer. It's basically that simple.
Buy.
Nothing is safe here. Look at Dell now, guys. Dell is also making a new low. DELL, Dell. Nothing from the AI yet. If we got anything from the AI on the positive side, like to go long, obviously you've got to, consider what the market's doing. Maybe it's in a sector that's working. I don't know. Look at Neuro, guys. NURO. Take a look at Neuro. And this is starting to, it's had a little pullback down to 420. Wow, quite a big pullback, but it is still strong. And it's, FDA approval. FDA approval to market this neuromodulation device. Whatever the heck this thing does. High pain sensibility. Okay. Well, anyway, there is news on that one. And if you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first half hour. I mean, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I, made an exception on the goose, which I'm out of now. It's popped right back up. Made an exception on the goose just because of what the market was doing, and it's a retailer. And that 20 break to me was pretty significant. But hey, man, it is popped right back up. I am a little surprised. What? H&R Block finally starting to fall. Keep an eye on this one. It's underneath 33. That's a whole number, of course. The next low looking left is 32.19. So there is some room down to that low. This had earnings here and had just a fantastic run after earnings. This was the reaction on the 10th, right here. Well, that's the 11th actually, but they released after hours. So there's the reaction. And for 4 days afterwards, it kept moving higher and higher. Even yesterday, in the face of a big market sell-off. Okay, so here is, now this is it's interesting. It's a little interesting. The AI is looking at an ETF. Doesn't typically look at an ETF. Now, it's interesting. I mean, okay, this is like to short the bear as opposed to go long the bull. Yeah, I'd be careful on this one for sure. We actually have a little bit of uncertainty right now in the market. That's why these topping tails and bottoming tails give you a little bit of a story here. So, I mean, remember now that 15-minute candle, that's the first one. And there, look at that big topping tail. Then it sold off. And then the sellers were really knocking it down. But look, the buyers are somewhat in control. They've got it back up here. So, when you get a topping tail and a bottoming tail, successive candles, there's a little bit of uncertainty of the direction. Yeah, that was a bit of a strange one from the AI. Why short the bear instead of going long the bull? But anyway, I mean, I'm surprised it looked at an ETF at all. Well, guys, you see, it's a good thing, we didn't hop in on this one. I mean, this just got halted now. SACH. I mean, this could turn into an unbelievably good short at some point. At Interactive Brokers, 367,000 shares available, but I was waiting maybe for a 5 break, which certainly did not happen. There's the 200-day moving average, so it is accelerated right through that. All right, guys, what is the, wow, okay, we've got a little glimmer of hope today, a glimmer, that's it. We don't have relentless selling to start. And we've got a green candle forming here. So some of those bounce plays that came from Zach could be bouncing a little. Yes, look, I mean, they're bouncing. How long? We don't know. I mean, so I mean, these are a couple of ones that I'm sharing. This is from Zach. Zach created these. I've modified them a little bit to my style, but so these are potential bounce plays. And you can see right there, 41.41. It's at 42.40, so it bounced $1. I mean, helping with the market. Remember, when we got these, the market was moving down, but we have a bottoming. We had that bottoming tail on the second 15-minute candle, and now the third 15-minute candle is trying to give us a little bit of hope if you are into bounce plays. Odell already bounced, sure. I mean, I'm just going down through them. 40.92. So these two have almost bounced $1. How about this one? PSTG 24.41. A little bit of a bounce also. HPQ. So this is not a computer manufacturer, but HPQ and Dell, of course. HPQ. Yeah. So the bounce plays, actually, the bounce plays have been fabulous. Yeah, look at Riven. Riven. What's got into this one? Boy, the goose is right back over 20. Well, that was a very short, a short for me. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, zero idea deal. Sorry. I mean, it increased a huge amount during the pandemic with, and it started increasing even before that with Robinhood and all that, but it really increased a lot during the pandemic. But I don't have a figure for you. Somebody else might. The Satch opened, and now it dropped.
Play something from Mars. Morrissey in just a little while. Maybe it'll be the Smiths. Maybe it'll be something on his own.
Triumph from yesterday, guys. TGI from yesterday had the big, well, like most stocks, had a bit of a recovery at the end of the day. TGI. And right down here is the low of yesterday, 1567. Globe. Look at GLBE now. Just took off over that 20 mark. Well, the question was how much, what is the retail percentage in the market? In other words, compared to say funds and well, here's another one going. VVPR. VVPR. Low float, 7.3 million in the float. I'm not sure there's any specific news on this one. VVPR, and this is another one. It's shortable. VVP, shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You always have to be, highly suspect of these little ones that really don't have any news, low float, and then they just go parabolic for some reason. Some room is pumping it, some newsletter comes out. I don't know. I mean, there's obviously something got this running, but can it sustain itself? Pretty unlikely. Because always, of course, is not getting, not trying to guess. I mean, look at this. If you'd guessed here and here and here on the SACH to short, you would have been hammered because it got all the way up to 6. I bet that para is moving higher. And I'm saying that, I'm looking at Netflix. Yeah, so para was the one short from the AI yesterday, and that worked out quite well. But it is trying to come back. I'm looking at Netflix right now. Netflix is having a bit of a pop from 175 to 181. And so, the other streaming services are moving kind of in lockstep. Haha, William. So nothing happening in my watch list up yet. Nothing. No, nothing is triggering. Boy, how choppy has this been to start? Look at JMIA, big topping tail. It mirrors the SPY, really. Big topping tail, just like the first 15-minute candle. The next candle, big bottoming tail, just like the 15-minute candle of the SPY. SIGA, take a look at SIGA. How can you stand for or scan for a 3 deviation? I don't know if you can. This might be just a standard. Which is usually 2 deviation. Let me take a look at the alerts. Yeah, I don't think you, this is all we have for standard deviation echo, okay? So And I don't think there's a way in which you can say 3. Let me just, for fun, add the alert. Maybe you can. I guess maybe you can do it right here. I know 2 is the standard, so maybe you can just put 3 in here and see what happens. Okay? I haven't tried this before, so Echo, did you see what I did? First thing to do is go to an alert window, right click, and click on configure, and then click on, first of all, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm doing? Oh, okay, so search, and then just type in, standard, and there it's standard deviation, breakout, breakdown. Add the alert, and it looks like you can indicate. Okay, there you go. Pepe's saying you can. So there you go. All right, guys, I am now just kind of watching. Nothing's happening from my gap continuation or reverse right now. And, I mean, it's not going to produce that many alerts going forward because most of the alerts are from earnings plays, and we're really, really, getting to the end of earnings season. Yeah, so I would not be, oh, okay, so it actually went up. I was looking at, for it to break down here, so this actually went up. SIGA, SIGA, and on volume, a lot of volume coming into SIGA. Heinz ketchup. Let's take a look at KHC. Well, 200-day is relatively close. 37.61 right here, relatively close. So yeah, you know what? I think there were some shorts available for Nero briefly. I could have sworn I saw a nice big green ball there in Interactive Brokers, but no shorts right now. All right, let's take a look now. What time is it? 10:15. Take a look at the sectors now. And watch, Pepe, I can do this. This is a doc, so I'm okay. And remember what we saw in 10 minutes before the open, virtually everything. Look at this. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now we're looking at the change from the open. Okay, so remember the change from the close 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of the energy stocks were below yesterday's close. But look what's happened since the open. 85% of them are above the open. In other words, so again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, if a stock opened at 10 and now it's at 10.10, it's above the open. Okay, so 85%. Look at the tech. Remember, I was saying that tech obviously had some kind of a rally because at one point the NAS was down a couple of hundred and now it's up 25, you know, heavily weighted with tech stocks. So again, most of these were almost at the zero mark, change from the close. Virtually hardly any stocks were above yesterday's close in any one of these sectors. But look what's happening now. Okay, guys, so I am just going to, it's always, it's very, I find it very interesting. I mean, that's a better way to look as opposed just to change from the close, in my opinion, anyway. All right, guys, this is a gap down and a reverse. It just went positive, NNOX. It just went positive, NNOX. It's actually an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market, very choppy action, was down, but it is recovering. The pre-market high was, you know, that might stall it. I mean, the pre-market high was around 970 to 980, so it's not that far away. And after it's run so much, I mean, that might just stall it. That is kind of going to prevent me from really looking at it. I mean, there's a lot of resistance around 10 also. So that probably prevents me from taking this trade. Still is not shortable for me. This BGXX is a crazy one. Ah, man, this would be interesting. This LFST, if this wasn't here, these 2 days right here. Imagine an LFST, some volume coming in, had earnings on the 9th, but I'm just looking at these 2 days right there, and that could stall it. If these weren't there, man, it could have a shot to that 10 level. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look now. What time is it? 10:24. So, well, if you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Oh, look at TGI, guys. TGI just showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Showed up at 1558. That was the price. That was the alert, 1558. And that's because it had to take out yesterday's low because it's a 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it had to be below yesterday. So we are almost in the middle of this test drive, all right? So if there's still time to sign up, you will not get 10 trading days. You'll get the balance of today plus tomorrow and next week. So the balance of today plus 6 trading days, all right, with trade ideas. So if you click on the alert, this is what you'll, or the link, this is what you'll see. It will cost the 11.11 still. You can still sign up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day for signing up. You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? And if you're a standard subscriber and you want to, take a look at what the AI or a premium service is all about. I mean, there are some other differences. I mean, if you're into back testing, want to back test a strategy, you want more charts, there are some other differences other than the AI, but that's the main difference. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? TGI, guys. There is no MACD indicator. Well, we do have MACD. We may not have the indicator you want, but if I right click, this is what we have for MACD. Okay. So this is what we do have for MACD. So if you don't, if something that you're looking for is not here, then you're right. We don't have it, but we do have some MACD stuff. I don't use MACD at all, so I couldn't help you other than just showing you that we do have some MACD information, or we do have some MACD alerts. You can put I think you can put MACDs on the charts. I think indicators. There you go, MACD. You can put MACDs on the chart. So, wow, TGI, guys, 1558. I didn't take it right there, but the minute now, where's this going? It's not quite an all-time low, but it's now 15 could stall it. And again, this came from my 10-day daily breakdown right there. So I'm sorry, when the test drive is over, it's over, nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? We do this about 4 times a year. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. It will still cost you 11.11. You won't get 10 days. You'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days. And the last day to actually sign up would be tomorrow. So Red Moon, did you hear what I was talking about regarding MACD? Yeah, so you guys are hearing my sound then coming from my speakers. The noise canceling isn't quite working then if you're hearing that. And the reason is that I don't have, okay, well, yeah, Red Moon then. Now, let me just see if we have anything with MACD up here. I don't think we do, but. No, I don't see anything with MACD here. No, so you're right. We don't have anything on a daily. So I put my homepage link in. I don't think so, Red Moon. We would not have taken. I've searched on MACD before because people have asked, and I don't recall ever having a filter, ever. There's always been this. So. Well, if you can hear that grunting, guys, which I'm surprised the noise canceling is not canceling it. But that is what it's grunting every time TGI makes a new low. That's what you're hearing. I wonder why it's not working. I'm gonna have to contact the guys. Hmm. Hopefully I'll have this Bluetooth issues fixed later on today, so you won't hear the sounds coming from my computer. Sorry about that. Nothing. I need to hear the sounds because otherwise, it's not just the music. You might hear a little music also, but it's the sounds, of course, the sound alerts from Trade Ideas, so I know that something is happening. Okay, I won't worry about it then. So I'm sorry. On my homepage, if you click on the homepage link. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, but I'd wait because we're going to have a pretty good promo code next week. It'll be probably for at least 20%, if not 25% off. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what the promo code is yet. It hasn't been generated, but I would wait, of course. Want to take advantage of a slightly better discount. We have annuals and monthlies, premium and standard. So in the fine print, the premium is 2,000, standard is 1,000. And so, of course, you can apply that. If you're bounded, if you want to take out a subscription today, okay, you'll get the 15% off. And the big difference is the AI, okay? That's the big difference. Nothing happening. I mean, it's not a bad alert today on it. It's up 1%, but however, I would not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. Why? Well, you have to check our refund policy, and so you really have to know you want this product. You're not going to have it for a month or two and say, well, you know what, I don't really like it anymore. I want a full refund. That's not going to happen. So you can take out a monthly. Go ahead, take out a monthly. 118, 228, less the 15%, or next week, whatever that discount's going to be. The discount's good for the first month only, but at any time, if you take out a subscription today, if at any time you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo, okay? But if you want to stay in a monthly forever, that's fine. Just know that that's what you'll pay going forward after the first month where you get that 15 or whatever the discount's going to be. If you're going to take the test drive, or if you were brand new to Trade Ideas, I would do this for sure, 100%. Do this before you do anything else. Click on this, let's get started. And when you do that, starts off with the download and installation. Now, if you've already done that, obviously you can skip some steps. These are all short videos, about 30 minutes in length for the 10 videos, but going over a lot of different layout styles, creating a free floating layout, creating a dock layout. So I mean, there's a lot of information here And that's what I would do first. You know, don't load the program and then, you know, scratch your head thinking, well, how do I even use this? Well, try, I mean, definitely spend the 30 minutes. Once you've done that, then you can take a look at our user guide. And that's in the education section of my homepage. You click on the user guide. Now, you know, it's a user guide, so there's a lot of information here. Don't get hung up on how much there is. You don't have to learn it all. I don't know everything. I don't have to know everything. You know, I mean, there's some things like today, somebody asked about the standard deviation. I wasn't sure if you could actually make a change. 2 is usually is the standard, but it appears you can. You know, but it's something I don't use, but it's easy enough for me to check and find out. But you know, this is what I would do. I would concentrate on these first 4. You should have already done the getting started. I'm going to go over what the channel bar is all about. And then, I mean, you should know some of the basics. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? And what are the differences? And then, you know, start with this. And afterwards, you know, you can start to take a look at sound alerts and price alerts and all that stuff. But, you know, there's no mad rush to learn everything. You're not going to be an expert trade ideas, even if you started the test drive on Monday, you know, with 10 days of it. Daily support session. So you hear me, of course, talk about a YouTube room. So I also moderate a YouTube room as well as this main trading room. It's basically the same. They can hear me and see my screen. Just the main trading room is a lot more active with traders, etc. So, you know, if that's what you're looking for, a lot more action, activity, definitely come to the main room. But you can stay in the YouTube room. And I do take a break at around noon to 1 o'clock. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Jamie. He'll be there. And so at 12 o'clock Eastern, and he's going to take off. He's only going to go to 12:50. He told me he has to leave a little early. So it'll be from 12 to 12:50. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there if you want to listen to Jamie. Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus. He also has an E-Trade account that he uses. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a bit. No webinars for the next balance of this week and next week. We'll be back on a regular schedule though after next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, starts off with what is a stock? This is all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. All free. So there's a lot of information on my homepage, including the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week, which is free. It gets delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. We've already gone over the education section, and then my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. You've heard me talk, you know, the grunting scan is this one, the 10-day daily breakdown, which is giving you a pretty delicious short in TGI. You heard me talk about the gap continuation or reverse. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, predominantly these 2, the pre-market actives up and down. I do have the gap up and down. These do all work in the pre-market. Okay. My single stock window that you see here, that's what it, you know, if you like this look, yeah, I've got it right there. So there are lots of different Zach's bouncers and toppers that gave us some nice tops or bounces briefly. So a lot of information here, lot of my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I would do. Save my link. Then of course you can take a look at the Let's Get Started, my scans, all the education anytime you want. You know, just having to, wow, look at this, breaking 15 now. Not having to do it just when you're in this room. Okay, so save my link. Then you've got access to all this information. Well, the more grunting you hear, and of course it could have been from another alert, but it's still just TGI just working its way down. Every time you hear, it could be a new alert, of course, but but every time you hear that grunt sound, the oink. And that's one of the great things about Trade Ideas. You know, you can put a different sound alert on the different windows, and that's why I know when I hear that, I know to look at this one. You know, otherwise, you know, if I heard a sound and it wasn't affixed to a specific window, I'd have no idea where it's coming from. So that is the whole idea. And just to briefly show you, I mean, it's in the guide, in the user guide, sound alerts, sound alerts. But just to kind of show you what it means, you right click and go to properties and actions. And then you just follow this. You know, the play sound, click it, set up the sound. You can put one text to speech. In other words, if you want the lady, it's a female voice, to read out the symbol, you can do so. But you know, if you make sense, you can only pick one. I mean, you should only pick one window to do that. If you put them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. So you can pick one. You don't have to go text to speech, of course. If you click on this use custom sound and then click on select, we have 3 folders here. Boy, TGI, this is almost getting to that dollar level. I don't mean to a dollar, I mean a dollar from where I took it. Mad Money. So if you click on any one of these folders, you will see there are some sound alerts in here. There's the pig right there. There is Mr. Pig. Okay. But we have different sound alerts. If you want to hear what it sounds like, you just click on it and then open it and then play it. You hear it? And if you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window where you started the process. Now, what the heck is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I already showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. So if you click from our toolbar, you click on new and then docked channel bar, you can kind of run through. These are all themed based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, this is something that a lot of people like to see. And this is a layout that's loading, but within the layout, there are individual scans. So if you looked at this one called momentum, and you said, this is maybe an interesting, you can see right there, UPC, there's the chart. This is a 15 minute chart. So the whole idea now is to go through the different channels and maybe start extracting scans that we have created that you might like to make part of your layout. And and then to see what this scan is looking for, and just like my scans, you just right click, configure, summary, and you can see exactly what this scan is looking for. So if the stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, in other words, it's trading at least 3 times normal, the volume is at least 100,000 shares, etc. If these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now you might say, well, how come it says 1040? Well, when you load an alert window or a layout, you'll see the last one that was alerted. So even though it's 1042 when I loaded this, you see the last one. But at 1040, UPC was making a new high for the day. And that's why you get a real-time alert. So let's just say you like this as it is. Or maybe you want to make a change. Maybe you don't like this price range. So you just click on the icon. And you make the change. There it says 1 and 50. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. I'm going to say OK. Notice how it's now 10 and 100. And now I can say OK. And now it has changed to 10 and 100. So So a couple things. I mean, if you liked it the way it was, or you wanted to make a change, so you make your change. Now you can extract this scan, okay? You can extract the scan from the layout, save it to the cloud, and then bring back, and the whole idea is to go to the different channels, bring back those scans that you like one by one. So all you do is you right click, duplicate into a free floating window. So now it's outside this, and it popped up on another monitor. Just give me a moment. Popped up on another monitor, and here it is. Now you would save it to the cloud. It's on your desktop right now, fine, but now you have to save it to the cloud. Why? Well, I'll show you. So you file, right click, save or share to cloud, and then you click on save, and now it'll be in the cloud. Now you can go to another channel. Or go to another channel. Let's go to the, I don't know, explosive winners. You see how everything disappeared? That's why you have to save that first one to the cloud. Actually, I guess you didn't. You could leave it. It will remain here, but it's always good practice to save everything to the cloud. Okay, and I'll explain why in a bit. But now you can go to another channel, and if you thought, wow, I want to see these biggest gainers from the open. That sounds like something I'd like to see. Do the same thing. Duplicate into a free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. In this way, you can build your own layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Now, something about those channels, when you make a change in the channel and you leave the channel and then you come back, the change is not saved. The reason why is that the channels are for everyone. Okay, so the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants to do. Okay. So if you don't want to build any scans at all, or you just need a help to get some scans and you want to see them and you want to modify them, then we have so many scans, including mine, that you can take a look at. Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So again, if you right click on an alert window, I'm just going to ask that question about MACD for you, Red Moon, because so you're saying you're sure. I'm just going to ask that question. Okay, so if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So when the company started in 2003, they made a decision, and their decision was this. Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to create a scan. So what they did was, I right-clicked on an alert window, and I click on search. They created what they felt were enough alerts. When you see these icons, these are all the different alerts, real-time alerts that you get, and these are all the filters that we have. Okay, they felt that they created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, but we have a lot because lots of different trading styles, thousands of customers, different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough of them that for the majority of our customers, I mean, there are customers that are looking for, things that we don't have. Sorry, we just don't have it. Nothing we can do about that. But for the absolute majority of our customers, we have enough alerts and filters if they do want to create their own scans. Okay. Next, the AI. So if you're part of this test drive or you're new to trade ideas, and look at the SPY, boy. No bueno. Look at this. Boy, I mean, a lot of indecision too with these topping tails on, the buyers. Let me just bring up a SPY chart, just show you what I'm, no, just a second. Just give me a moment. I just have to converse with somebody. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just having to have a chat with somebody on the side here. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, as I'm waiting for, okay. Okay, so again, you want to build your own scans, you can. Now, this is the AI. This is what it looks like. I would always say it like this. Just make it easier on yourself. Don't complicate it. Just have this window up and running, and that's it. Now, how do you do this? Just go to our toolbar, click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Never mind anything else. And then what I would do is I would filter and just filter on the profitable trades and use it like a watch list all day long. You notice that other one disappeared because it's just, I wouldn't have ever taken that one anyway, but it's just, it's disappeared because it's probably not profitable right now. And if you're wondering, well, then aren't you just cherry picking? You're only cherry picking if you do want to take every single trade, which we don't agree with. Most people, I know what they want. They want to be able to auto trade the AI. They want to turn it on in the morning and count their money in the afternoon. And unfortunately, it's just not going to work that way. So the way I use it like a watch list, not unlike any other watch list that you might create. In other words, when you create a watch list, usually it's because there are symbols that you want to follow. But let's say you had 20 of them that you want to follow, but you have certain criteria that in which you would take a trade. In other words, maybe it's got to be up for the day, etc. Well, what if half of them are down for the day? You wouldn't want to follow them, would you? You just sort of, well, never mind those. Just show me the ones that are working. Same thing with the AI. When you check on the profitable, just a minute, please. So that's what I would do with the AI. Just, load it in the morning before the market opens, incorporate this as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. So if you incorporate it as part of your layout, then, if you load trade ideas before the market opens, nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:35. There are no alerts in the pre-market. So the earliest you could get an alert would be 9:35. So you turn on the computer, turn on trade ideas before the market opens. This will be blank just like now. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. Now, UPST rippage, which way? Rippage on the way down. Oh man, we're talking about a topsy-turvy. I mean, that was all the way up to 50, and I guess call it the news or whatever you want to call it, hit, and then right back up. Really, really. I mean, that would have been okay. I mean, that was straight down, but tough little trader today. All right, and last I want to talk about is this window that you see here. We call it a brokerage plus. That window is the upper left hand, my screen that I'm sharing. And as I say, Jamie will be in the YouTube room at around noon, so a little over an hour from now, about an hour from now. He is a big user of Brokers Plus. He also has an E-Trade account that he trades, okay, using it. Now, in the link I put in, there are two videos. The first video, there's a short video. It shows you if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window, okay? Only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, of the product, this is not available. But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this option is not available. And if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use this. I mean, I don't use it. I'm going to show you what, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator, but I just trade from within my IB account. Okay, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this, okay? It's just that's a nice little feature. If you want to take advantage of it, you need to have an IB or E-Trade account. That's all it is. But I would not change my broker. If you're happy with your broker, don't think, oh man, I better change to IB or E-Trade, so I can use this. I mean, I'm not saying this is not nice to use, but that would not be, a reason to change if you're happy with your broker. The other reason for it is as a simulator. It's paper trader simulator, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker, because what it's doing is it's using our real-time data. So you can practice trading, you know, and I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. I know, people get very impatient and anxious and everything. They want, they get funded in their account and they want to start trading immediately. I'm saying you can't do it, but it's, in my opinion, not the way to go. Practice trading first. Till you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, with real money. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you're trading live, because then emotion comes into play and discipline that you may have learned while all the rules that you may have created for yourself while you're taking trades and you're following everything in a simulator. All of a sudden, when you start trading real money, sometimes it's hard to cut your losses. So practice trading. When you see this, now if you don't have a window that looks like this, it means you're on an earlier version of Trade Ideas, okay? Now, if you don't care about this using Brokerage Plus, that's fine, but you should be on the latest version of Trade Ideas. We had one person, a couple of people email yesterday, not in this room, not realizing that, because they had been waiting for earlier data for a long time. That was a question that we had for a long time, wanting our data to start at 4 a.m. Eastern time. And, we used to only start at 7. So now we do start at 4, we go to 8 p.m., 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. But you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas to take advantage of that. So in order to have the later version, if you just click on my home page, okay, and then you scroll to the top where it says download, and keep scrolling until you see this beta, okay? And the beta is fine. And don't worry, as long, you don't have to, you're not going to lose all your work or anything like that, but it's always good practice to save everything to the cloud regardless. But I've been doing this since 2010. I'm always in test mode. They're always giving me updated versions to test, and I've never ever lost anything, but it could always be a first time. So just make sure you save everything to the cloud. All right, so Red Moon, I just had a chat with some of the other traders, and they say we've never had, maybe you saw it somewhere else on some other platform, but they say we've never had a filter for MACD, only alerts. But Michael Noss, who builds all these other scans here, called the Market Explorer scans, as he's saying he's building a MACD filter or a MACD scan into this Market Explorer. But according to all the other traders, we've never had a MACD filter. And Pepe, my sidekick, is confirming that also. I could use you for some IT today. But I think I'm going to have to get some support on my system. All right, guys. So if you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas, it won't look like this. But if you want to practice trading, then make sure you download the latest version. So when I'm demonstrating what to do, you can follow along. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect, because that's what you would see. What you would see is not connected, not connected. So you click on simulation, sim, and then this will change to account. You click on account. Now it'll change to simulated trading default. Okay, now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Simple to do. Click on an alert, CMRX, click on that. You notice the symbol shows up. Let's do a little money management. Not a bad one to try it on, okay? in this simulator, I'm going to take, and I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the spread is only a penny, so I can go in at the market. So I've set it all up. I buy it. I set it up. Take a look, make sure that's what I want to do, and now I send it. Okay, so there it is. There is my entry, 208. I'm going to explain why I'm going to put a stop at 188. And you'll see a red line will appear on the chart that says approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. So when you start trading, the way I do it, and I think, in my opinion, the proper way to do it is to have some kind of a checklist. You should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, not to take a trade. Okay? And so you should have some kind of a checklist. So if you cannot check every box, don't take the trade. Now, don't go crazy. Don't have 100 things that have to happen before you take the trade. Otherwise, you'll never take any trade. So, assuming you agree with me, that you should looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, but you know what? You checked every box, and you're ready to take a trade because you've been able to check the boxes. However, just because it looks like a great setup, and maybe there's even other things happening, great news. Not every trade you have to take has to have news to be checked. But let's say there's great news. The room is excited about it. Everything looks fantastic, and guess what? Even the best setups in the world sometimes don't work. So you have to have what I do. I have a stop. A stop. I have a price where I'm going to get out of that trade when I feel it's not working. Now, what I do is I typically size it up on a 5-minute chart. I look for what I would call a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. But support and resistance can be rather subjective. If I were starting out, what I would do is I would probably if I got into the trade, I would put my stop maybe at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no guessing about what that number is, or maybe a 15-minute candle. And this is why you've got to practice to whatever starts working for you the best. So in this particular case, I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose, not because that's where the proper stop would have been, but I want to make the math very, very easy in how I'm going to explain the next part. So if you agree with me that, okay, I have a checklist, I got into the trade, yes, I know, okay, I have to have a stop. How much are you going to actually risk on the trade though? Risking meaning, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to lose on the trade? Well, I hope it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. That's why it says, approximately $100 here, minus 97. And the way I trade, I do not vary how much I risk per trade by much. I mean, if possible, I'll keep it about the same every trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, $50 the next trade, 500 the next trade. I'm keeping it about the same every single trade. And that is going to share size me. How? Well, I took 500 shares, but remember, if I've been taking this trade for real, I would have known where my stop was. I know where my entry is. And so I basically take my entry minus my stop, which is 20 cents. I divide that 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, and that equals 500 shares. Conversely, if you multiply 500, and if it moves down 20 cents and I get taken out, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. So there's a little bit to this. So I'm not taking the same number of shares every time. It's going to be determined on the difference between my entry and where I've placed my stop. Take that number, divide it into how much I'm risking per trade. Okay? So there's that. Now, you practice trading and it works well, you're, 2, 3 months, how long it takes, and you're making money. You're getting more and more confident. Now you decide to take the plunge. You're going to start trading for real. And you take that first trade and you're all excited and it doesn't work, or it's not working. It's not working the way you wanted it to. And this doesn't have to be the first trade. It could be the 10th trade. It could be the 20th trade. Okay. But it just isn't working. And you can't believe it because, this is the greatest setup in history. And so what you start doing is, I used to use a little angel and devil analogy on your shoulder. The angel is saying to you, okay, Barry, it's getting close to your stop. Get out, get out. The devil is saying, forget about it. You know what? Your stop was too tight. This is too good a setup. It's going to work. And now it moves down. Now you're down $200. The angel's saying, come on, get out. I know you're over what you wanted to lose, but don't lose any more. The devil's saying, don't worry about it. It's going to come back. And finally, you're down 500 shares, and the devil's no longer there. He's gone. The angel is saying, I told you so. So you get out for that $500 loss, and you kick yourself. That's one. That's one thing. Boy, the CLEU is going crazy on the way down, though, right? Yeah. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Look at this CLEU on the way down. This was halted. Before, now it just opened. So almost as worse, though, guys, is you don't obey your stop. You allow it to turn into a $200, $300, $400, $400 a loss. You listen to the devil, and then all of a sudden it does turn around, and now you're up to $300, $400, and you're so thankful you listened to that. You're congratulating yourself, basically. I mean, I'm using this silly angel devil analogy, but it's those the voices in your head are talking to you. And now you're congratulating yourself, saying, oh man, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop because look what happened. Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But if you want to stick around in this business, if you want to do this for a living, even if it's just a hobby, a sideline, you're trying to make a little extra cash on the side. You've got a like call it a normal job. Money management techniques like that will hopefully keep you in the game longer. Okay. And that's it for me and my soapbox. Okay. You do what you want to do. Practice trading though. Practice, practice, practice till you get good at it before you start to commit money to the market. All right, guys. Well, this was a gap up and go. I did not take this one, but boy, that gap up and went. I was a little concerned about the pre-market high around 980 and then that 10, but this showed up. There was the first alert for it was right here at 1016 and the price was 952. And it's another earnings play. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting happening. Now, another word about my stops. Okay, so again, this is in the simulator. This is the CMRX. I have a stop here that I, for demonstration purposes at 188. But that stop for my stops are the worst I want to do in a trade. Okay, that's the worst I want to do. I always reserve the right. If I don't like the way it's trading, starts to drift down. Maybe when I took the trade, the market was moving higher. Maybe now it's starting to drift down. It's moving down with the market. I can always get out earlier. Okay, I mean that's just a personal thing. But I just want to let you know that that is the worst I want to do on the trade. But I can always get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. Boy, this SPY is crazy. We don't often see action like this on the SPY, and action like this meaning look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. This is a 15-minute chart. Normally, the higher the time frame, things tend to smooth out a little bit. If you had a 1-minute chart, you'd expect this. But this is really, really indecision right now. A lot of indecision. It's not like yesterday. There was no indecision yesterday. Market gap down, and the market gap down here. You can see the gap down pre-market, and look what it did. There was virtually, only at the very, very end do we have 2 green candles in a row. Other than that, we had none all the way down. So it's a different day from yesterday. And we have this little disconnect going with the market. We see the Dow is down, big 380. So your so-called value stocks versus the growth stocks, the NAS is, basically flat, but not down as much. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:19. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. This is definitely a calmer day than yesterday in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. This is maybe an interesting one. This CVET. Look what it's doing. It's just over the whole number 18. The only issue is, well, that 200-day is kind of close. I wish that weren't there because all of a sudden you can see if it could break out over this 1819, it has room to run. But that 200-day is maybe a little bit too close. That could stall it. Boy, this is quit the day for UPST. It's acting like an upstart. Okay, guys. Well, obviously, I got out of my TGI short. I'm waiting to see if it takes out this later on in the day, that 1485 later on in the day. See what happens. That was a great short on a percentage basis. Well, the thing with the AI also is that things can set up later on in the day. You may think, oh man, I missed this. Not that there's anything happening right now, but I missed this. I wish I'd seen it or got distracted. And now it's moved 20 or 30 cents, from the alert price. But don't give up. I mean, it's a watch list. Things can set up later on also. Maybe it bases at a certain level for a while, then it pops from that level, giving you an opportunity to get it. PMVP. PMVP. Oh, a short piece. Okay. Who was that? It's working so far. Hmm. Sorry. Wolfpack. Who's the Wolfpack? Are they any good? Have you? I think I've seen them before. I don't see they post that much. But well, let's take a look at it because 1294. So it stalled. Well, it got through that 1294. Yeah. Okay. I'm not too familiar with it. Well, for instance, I had a question in our YouTube room about what would be my trigger for a short. Well, it is a general question, but for TGI specifically, of course, because it came in my 10-day daily breakdown, I'm very biased toward that one. And it came in and it was certainly under the whole number, 1558. And because it took out yesterday's low. So yes, it's a 10-day daily breakdown, and it obviously had to take out yesterday's low to be part of it. But I mean, it just had like most of the stocks yesterday, it had a big downturn. When it took out yesterday's low, I just start watching it, and I just like the way it was trading underneath that, underneath that level. I mean, it was really, you call it a bit of a feel. And I'm looking at the market. I mean, if the market had been whipping higher, I wouldn't have taken the trade. But the market certainly, I mean, this is insanely choppy on a 15-minute chart. The goose, that I did take earlier, again, breaking down through a whole number, very key for me, and thinking, okay, Canada Goose, if I look at Canada Goose, it's not like this has been in a great uptrend, right? So it's not like it was in a great uptrend, and then it had good earnings, and so maybe you might think, okay, it is a retailer. The retailers have been beaten up badly over the last couple of days, and you might think, okay, well maybe Goose would sustain this. But I looked at this daily chart for Goose. I thought, you know what? It's just it's like, yeah, it's having a good day today, but it's not like it's been on the rise previously. So the minute it took out 20, I decided you got to short it. And it got down to 1914. I covered. I mean, I was in here just underneath that 20 level. Covered most for an average of about 1930. So I mean, it worked okay. About 30 or 70 cents. But that was my feelings. It had nothing to do with 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart for Goose. But every one of them is going to be different for me. There's no hard and fast rule, which is why I can't teach trading. Well, the retailers are having a bit of a comeback here. Look at XRT. There's the probably the biggest one. I know there was another one I saw yesterday. How much does it trade? RETL. Doesn't really trade very much. So XRT certainly is the big ETF for retail. And it's still, well, it's actually neutral now. I mean, it's basically flat, but you can kind of see with a lot of the retailers that they're having this sort of a pattern. I mean, look at Canada Goose. I should have flipped the script. There was a nice little break right there on the 5-minute chart, right there at around 2020. All right, let me take a look at that PMVP, see if that wolf pack is still well, okay, so the only way right now, so it had an instant effect. I mean, that was big from 1230, from 1370 down to 1232. That was a big percent, but it's coming right back. So yeah, this is what Zach was talking about. Now, typically what happens, and not necessarily the day of, but within maybe the next day or the next couple of days, the company will come out and just absolutely lambaste those who lambasted them. In this case, the Wolfpack or Wolfpack. And come out and say their data is erroneous and this and that, and basically defend the company. How could that be, right? How could that be for Rocket? I know you're just talking about the chatter. Here you go. It boggles my mind. I mean, first of all, $67. I mean, that was the high. That was the absolute high. So they're I mean, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. I mean, but we react to this news intraday, try to take advantage of it. But does anybody really believe this is going to be a $67 stock again? It's all-time high. Well, take a look at Mara. Take a look at Mara and Riot, of course. Those are the two that usually run with Bitcoin. And let's take a look at Riot. Let's see which one is running more. I think Riot, I don't know. Tough though. I mean, lots of resistance nearby for both of those. Well, it's nice to see. I'm glad the goose came back. Okay, not while I was in the short, but nice to see. Well, only if it's a Canadian company, Vicky. Well, this Under Armour has just been beaten up, hasn't it? I think it had a downgrade or something, another downgrade. Did somebody leave? CEO was supposed to turn it around. Uh, yeah, the CEO is okay. So that is. I wish I'd seen that earlier. Yeah, the CEO stepping down, which isn't good. You know, certainly not planned, but he couldn't turn the company around. And boy, oh boy. I've got so much. I have a lot of Under Armour stuff. Boy, maybe I should don't throw it out. It might be a collectible. Goes to zero. All right. Well, maybe the market is trying to make a move now. I mean, there's a green bar, definitely different from yesterday. But let's see if we can have a green candle closing at the top rather than having these silly topping tails. Oop, is that Jamie? Did Jamie pop into our I heard a little pop. I thought that meant Jamie was in our YouTube room already, but I guess not. All right, guys, here's an interesting one. Rockley Photonics, RKLY. The next high looking left is at 276, and then after that, probably around that 3 level. So it's got a little bit of room to the 3 level, you know. But this is moving. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. And I don't see any today. I do see this on the 16th. Our friends over at Cowan put a $21 price target on this. Why not? No, you can't, blue collar. So much for that Goldman downgrade for Warby. Look at this. It's had a nice recovery. WRBY. You know what? I forgot all about Woof. Woof was so awesome yesterday as a short. It almost, I mean, it didn't quite close at the low of the day, but I mean, it was an awesome short for most of the day. Just a minute, please. Okay, Hungry Kitty, here you go. Well, guys, we are in a bounce market right now, and finally, look at that. We did not have a candle like that at all yesterday. Now, can it last? What time is it? 11:37. We did not have a candle that looked like that at all yesterday, so we're now in a bit of a bounce market. Yeah, the SPY just went green. NAS is, and even the Dow was starting to catch up. So, and just look at all those retailers that were just clobbered yesterday. Even Target has come back somewhat. Its low is what, 152? It's at 156 now. Well, let's take a look at this little silly DPSI. It's making little signs that it wants to move off that 8 level. If it got over 831, it may have a bit of a run. Yeah, look at this bounce. Look at this bounce, guys. Let's get the chart up. Those people are so depressed who especially, won't short or don't want to short or never seen a sort of, I don't know if we can technically still call this a bear market. I do, and then you see a nice candle like this. We didn't see anything like this yesterday. So you better print this right now because, the next second it could drop. What time is it? 11:39. So this has another 11:40 right now. So it's 5 minutes to close. And we just had a resume for BGXX. Boy, talk about a crazy trader. Up to $58 yesterday. All right, well, there is the Dipsy DPSI trying. Did that happen on volume? Not really. No big volume burst. Boy, this NO, I mean, I just completely disregarded it. I just thought this NNOX would stall around that pre-market high, which was around 1070 or so. Now we're at 1017. It is an earnings play. So, hey, it's a good little earnings play. It was negative and now it is positive. But 1027 is the next high looking left. 1027. We have a couple of highs at 1027 3 and 4 days ago. I mean, and also I think 1027 back here, 1029. So I mean, this area looks really tough to get through. If it does get through, I mean, then you've got to, 1120 is sort of the next area. If it can somehow keep accelerating. I mean, this has been an actively traded stock in the past. Witness, back here, all the way up to $93 or so. Big green candle. Big green candle. Another 2 minutes. Another 2 minutes. Can it hold? MX was a potential buyout yesterday. Not well, talking about a merger. Yeah, okay. So it did pop a little bit. So I really didn't do too much yesterday. Boy, there are a lot. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So many charts are just ripping higher. Thirty seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Let's not have a big sell-off on that candle. I don't know if there's any specific news, Frank. I think, maybe, I mean, the way this market, look at the SPY. Okay, well, so close near the high, thank goodness, no big topping tail. But this is red now, but let's see what happens on this next 15-minute candle. There was just a ton of uncertainty. I mean, you know, I threw out this big SPY chart earlier, and you don't often see something like this with topping tails and bottoming tails in a 15-minute chart. And so I don't know, there was just a matter of bottom fishers are saying, okay, now's the time, at least for today, or at least for an hour, because we can't expect this to last. Zach did post something on UPST. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the overall market. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. Yeah, a while back. You'd have to scroll up, but you know, so it knocked it down, but boy, it recovered in a heartbeat.
Take some risks when we go to the record store. Occasionally, I think, well, I bet that would be a good 12-inch version of this song.
Well, grab. I know somebody mentioned grab earlier. It's trying to move again. See a little base here. Does it have earnings? So another earnings play. Grab is another earnings play. Small one. Looks like, I mean, the way I look at it, looks like a ton of resistance not that far away for grab. Are you basing a lot of your scans on the timing, Zach, or does it matter? Your new scan, I should reference. Just an observation, okay? I never thought your English was bad, so. My guess is that Children's Place, what a great rebound. This reminds me of the GLBE a couple days ago where, you know, was trashed in the pre-market and just recovered all day long. PLCE. Okay, I see you, Jamie. All right, I will show up at 10 to, okay, 10 to 1 Eastern time. So let me. Okay, so I'll wait for you to share your screen. Just waiting for you to do that, then I shall exit. Can you hear me, Jamie?
Okie dokie. I think I'm good.
There you are. Okay. So just waiting for you to share your screen. You're not sharing your screen yet, are you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody can see and hear me okay, but if someone could just let me know via the chat panel. be much appreciated. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Circle. Hey, Aya. You don't see my screen, Barry? Okay, so Circle, you can't see my screen, or you can?
I don't know, Jamie, can you hear me? Okay, I'll just exit. There's something going
Okay,
on in my
interesting.
end. Okay, I'll stop.
I'm seeing my screen when I go to the YouTube channel, so I guess all is well. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gents, we've had some interesting stocks coming across these top lists today. Vidu, definitely an interesting little stock that got up and boogied here, but now it's kind of regressed back down. Relatively youngster.
All right, guys, so I'm just going to put
Looks
myself
like
on mute
Vidu's
now,
only
okay?
3
Give me a
days
moment.
old from what I can see here,
I'll put the
unless
announcement
this
in.
is some kind of
Yeah,
repackaging.
I'll mute myself. I know you hear Jamie. I know you hear him.
Just
So
looking at the
just give me a
news
moment.
here.
Just want to put the announcement in that I'm on my break.
Nope, NASDAQ debut. Vidu plunges after rocketing more than sixfold. No big shocker there.
Okay, I'll mute myself
I've
now.
seen a lot of stocks do that.
Okay, I will
one
put the YouTube
yesterday.
link in,
I
Raz.
believe
Just
it
give me a
was this
moment.
one.
It's the same every day.
BGXX.
Okay,
What
but
did we
let
open
me,
at yesterday? Yeah, 23.73, and we topped out at 58, and now here we are all the way back down to the $16 level. Some crazy, crazy IPO action as of late. Thank you, Peppy. Okay, so live support session. If you have any questions, get them out there. See a lot of the regulars in here, but if you're potentially new, maybe you're a test drive participant, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Any question you'd like to ask, just get it out there. No, they are not perfect. And the greed can get you quickly. You're like, oh, I got this one. It's never going to see that price level again, but not necessarily the case. But I do like the setups that are presented. You know, when you only have a limited number of days over here. Let me get my pen up here. Where'd you go, Epic? Okay, there we go. But boy, there's been some interesting things going on in the market as well. Looks like we're giving the troops a little break today. Flirting with the low, back from 512. Not quite there yet. Market just got a little tired after yesterday. So it's just looking like we're taking a little sideways break for now. These volume levels, a far cry from what we've been seeing. Kind of going to sleep. Not bad. So more than likely, two scenarios have a potential of playing out here. Today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. Maybe we go visit this level down here, see if it can hold, or maybe we regress back up here. But we could be in this little choppy range that is starting to develop. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Where's my weekly chart? And here we are flirting with this little area back here, which could potentially act as support moving forward. So a little sideways dance here. Who knows? It could be weeks. It could be days. We'll see. All right, you guys are awful quiet today. But if you have a question, go ahead and get it out there. Let's see, Vidu caught my eye because it was up significantly earlier in the day. But now, as you can see, it's getting punched back down after many halts. I forget how many halts it's had. 3, 4, 5 today. On one of the resumes, it only stayed open for about a minute before they halted it again. Reminds me of this little newcomer, Okio. Only 3 days old, and starting to see a whole lot of this stuff. Of course, IPOs aren't really that attractive to short because they're not shortable in such a short amount of time. Hey, Iris. Hello. Raj, welcome. So Raj, if you have any questions about the software, just go ahead and use the questions panel to get it out there. Really nice little pre-market top here. Not a perfect pre-market range break, but enough to right there, penetrated in the pre-market, but on that opening candle, boom, both of these levels were hit. And grab, just going for the gusto today. What are we up? Just a meager 43% thus far. Still not used to seeing all the company logos that we've installed here. Looking sharp. There's my race. Okay, so this is one of my favorite stock races, hugging the 10 period, and we're referencing a 15-minute chart here. Notice grab, how that 10 period just staying well above it today. It's controlling the action. If we do get a pullback and grab, this is a very interesting area right here. Been trying to focus on a lot of pullback alerts here lately. Once you see something is gone, you don't want to be chasey. A pullback to the 10 on a strong stock is always a good bet. Well, I can't say always. It depends on if the risk is tolerable according to your trading plan, but it can make for some very good entries. Sega starting to wedge up here. Probably going to do something relatively soon, whether it be up or down. Another question entirely. What strategies do you use with day trading or swing? Well, I'll tell you, Raj, swing trading, you have to be extremely selective in this type of market environment. But having said that, there are always stocks going up. You just got to find them, right? So as far as swing trading goes, well, we've got some good stuff for that. You may or may not be aware thus far, but Steve Gomez does the trade of the week, which is issued every Monday. That's always, set up for the swing time frame. We also have the strength alerts, which are also swing type alerts based on stocks that are, you got it, strong in any market condition, right? So you can access the strength alerts. You can access that channel. For example, I don't want to click here because it'll get rid of my layout, but you can always do one of these. Go to new, pull up a docked channel bar. Scroll down here and find the strength alerts. And these are also issued every Monday, a new set, right? So here are the ones that were issued Friday. This top list right here is always going to be updated every Monday with the 5 picks from the strength alert. Hey, look who's showing up there. Varu, not Vidu, but Varu. Of course, this one's been on a lot of people's radars as of late because it got real frisky back on the 11th, and you can see right here, or that was April 11th, but you can see right here, a little over a month's worth of action. It's been very active to the upside and the downside. But the reason it came on the strength alert playlist is because of what it was doing in this little period right here. And it looks like it's trying to hold on up here, probably consolidate for a little bit, maybe take a pop at these new highs. So we got trade of the week, great swing trade plays. We have strength alerts. So for example, if you'd like to incorporate this window, this is a docked window, but I could easily right click and pop it out as a free floating window or duplicate it. I can get rid of this channel now. And now I've got the window here. I can do, I can save it to my cloud, or I can make it part of my layout just by positioning it accordingly. I've got my strength alerts on a different monitor, but that's the way you can pop out that strength top list, keep it on your desktop, and it'll just auto update every Monday. And let's see, did Trader's Eye make it into this? There we go. Also, the Trader's Eye. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Spawn a new container with the tool, with the channel bar. Come down here to Trader's Eye. And you're also going to have a top list in here for the eye. And this is something that Andy pioneered and the rest of the trader crew here. So we can pop this window out. Oops, that's not what I did. Let me pop this out as a free floater. And you're going to see this top list add and remove symbols on a daily basis. So whenever a trader here sees a good swing setup, they're going to pop it into the Trader's Eye. Hold on a sec here. I don't know why it's warning me like that, but I'll go ahead and save that to my cloud. Close. Okay. So you can duplicate the same process with the Trader's Eye and the strength alerts. These are going to give you many swing trading picks on a weekly basis. Now, that doesn't mean anything else I might see coming through my other tickers might also be a good swing trade, but that's just going to be dependent on the longer term chart, and that could be daily, weekly, whatever your time frame preference might be. And I'll get to the day trading part in just a second, just checking out Echo's question. Yeah, the difference between linear regressions and standard deviations, they're going to have different formulas, different methods of calculating those moves. But from my experience, when you start looking at, say, a linear regression, let's say a VWAP divergence of 3, or a standard deviation, it's all going to be basically the same charts, right? Just different ways to identify those moves. So let's do an experiment here. Just going to start a window. Get rid of these alerts. I think I'm pointed to a custom list here, so we'll just put it on all symbols. And we'll just add a little bit of volume criteria here. And today shares. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go. Okay. We've got, say, let's just pick something like a 30-minute linear regression in an uptrend. we'll say positive VWAP divergence of 3%. And we'll say standard deviation of 3 standard deviations. Throw a quality column in there. What I'm doing is I'm putting this quality column where you can see it, and the quality column is always going to give you, I tell you what, let me put a type in there too. So we'll see which alert is firing, and we'll also see the value of that alert. Okay. So we can see MQ in this kind of lackadaisical market is just having a nice little uptrend there, currently up. It's a 3% VWAP divergence. Lipson, having a nice day, 4%. Okay, HCP in an uptrend. Okay, there's a linear regression. Okay, not quite as severe, but marching up nicely. You know, so it's like an appetite, right? Everybody likes different foods. Well, VWAP divergence, up or down, linear regression, Fibonacci, standard deviations. It's all just different ways to ask for a similar pattern, in my opinion. But then again, I'm a simpleton, right? Somebody might have some more, in-depth theories on that, but that's my takeaway, right? Now, I'm not seeing any standard deviations, but let's take a look at the history here. Okay, there's one, docs. Once again, in a nice steep little uptrend on the intraday time frame. Goggle, 3 standard deviations. Going to look very similar to a VWAP divergence of 2, 3, 4% as well. Now, since we're on this topic, this is one way to find things in uptrends on the intraday, right? Well, we could always, create, say, a top list, and we could use, if we didn't want to use an alert, so let's say, okay, we want to see things moving, just like what standard deviation, the VWAP divergence, the linear regressions, but I want to see it in a smaller time frame. I don't want to see them, at the top, perhaps. Of course, there's no guarantee, but we can also use our change family of filters. Okay, so here's the change. Smallest is 2 minutes, 60 minutes, 120 minutes, right? So if we want to get very specific, we can say, okay, I only want to see things, we'll show the column, that have moved up at least, say, 3% in the past 60 minutes. And am I pointed to a custom on this one? Let's see. That's it. Okay, all symbols. Okay, boom. Now with very minimal filtering, just basically stocks between 10 and 100 that have moved up 3% in the past 60 minutes. Well, here's a nice list, and we can sort by that change. So PRTC, it's up, but since I didn't put any volume filters on here, probably not something that I would trade. So I tell you what, instead of wasting time here, Let's just go ahead and put a little volume requirement in there. Okay, now we got Z doing some decent volume. All right, nice bottoming tail, and then boom, mean little reversal there, up 8%. BGXX up 11% in an hour, not surprising because of the nature of the trading lately. So there's lots of different ways to find extended moves up, extended moves down, VWAP divergence up and down, linear regression up and down, standard deviation up and down, or if you want to get more specific in the smaller time frames, you can use the change family of filters for that. All right, good. We got some questions popping in here. So I'm going to kind of circle back around to Raj's question about, we talked about all the good swing trading picks that are being delivered on a weekly basis on Mondays. Now about intraday trading, right? The hardest type of trading for obvious reasons. And once again, when I'm engaging in intraday trades, I like very simple plays, okay? One of my favorite methods here lately is building a custom list from these two windows here, the top list, negative change from open, positive change from open over here, these guys. Well, come on, Pen. These guys over here. And what I'll do at the end of the day is I'll take all the stocks that are on these lists and make a custom list for tomorrow of all the stocks that had big moves today under the premise that, well, if they had huge moves today, they're probably not going to be quiet tomorrow. So if the setup presents itself, these stocks have good chances of moving and moving well in the direction that you hope they do. But what I do is I'll point these windows to the respective custom lists. My PDR low will be pointed to the negative change from open, looking for continuations. Although sometimes you might find some reversal plays if the chart setup looks good on the daily. And on the same theme here, positive change from open, all the symbols harvested from this window are pointed to this window here. And I will watch for them hitting highs in the session right on the open. And then I'm just consulting the pre-market range for these stocks as my entry and my risk management. So let me just randomly scroll through some of these here. Okay, that is a really weird pre-market range there. Not really my style. But if we look at Vidu here, God, it's been all over the place. Notice this pre-market range that it developed, right? I mean, you could level a house by that pre-market range there. And so on the opening candle, I'll look for stocks that are either breaking to the upside or the downside of their pre-market range. And this one worked really well, threw a little head fake to the downside. It's kind of hard to see those bars. There we go. Okay. Threw a little head fake on the opening candle, but then reversed and started taking out these levels right here. And you can see what the stock did. Now, if you didn't take your money, kind of like I did, well, let greed get the best of you. Then you ended up flatting the trade or losing a little bit, but you had plenty of profit potential here. But this is a classic example of that pre-market range being broken, and then we get a continuation. So this is the area, the prime area right here. Notice this candle from the pre-market. This is when it broke, and then we got this nice little move up. Now, if I made the trade here, what's my risk level? Well, that would be the low of the pre-market range. If it doesn't work and it comes back down there and pops that low again, that's your out. And what I like about this technique is there's always something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to always find it because, the market is fast paced. You have to be click, 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 looking for the right setups. But here's the catch. You can start identifying these nice smooth pre-market ranges before the market opens, right? So notice if we go into this window here, not only do I have regular new low, right? Watching for this alert on the open, but we have pre-market lows here, and we have pre-market high and regular high over here. So, since our pre-market starts at 3 a.m. Central, which is 4 a.m. Eastern time, you have plenty of time to find these things. For example, VD was hitting a pre-market low in this candle right here. So if you were alerted by this window very early on at 4 a.m. Central Standard Time, you're like, okay, this is going to be on my watch list moving forward. If it puts in a nice tight pre-market range, well, then maybe I will take a stab at it on the open. But this is a way to start, compiling a list of these smoother pre-market ranges before the market even opens. So that's my day trading shtick for now, Raj. And Iris, yes, I will share my hugging the 10 race for you here. I'll drop that in the chat panel. There's that link. Bollinger Bands. Well, I can consult the cloud here. I haven't been using one myself, but my cloud is deep. Okay. Looks like I've got some in the archives. Boy, back to 2018 on some of these. The daily, back from 2021. So who was that, Iris? What time frame are you interested in, Iris? Daily, intraday? We got 15-minute versions, 5-minute versions. Of course, I haven't looked at these in quite a while. So I tell you what, I'll pop out the daily. I'll come back in here and pop out the 15 as well. Daily and 15. Well, I guess we'll try that one too. Of course, I do not have Bollingers. Let's see here. Let's add Bollinger Bands. I guess orange is a good enough color. And that's just kind of stock right there, but you can see right on the, was on the upper, now it's approaching the lower. Just wanted to take a peek at these settings because it's been so long since I accessed these windows. Okay, so here are the Bollinger Band settings. Of course, you can adjust these. That's on the daily. Well, I'm not really sure how this plays into the smaller time frame. It's been something I started and never finished, but you can easily pop these guys in here and then put in your desired values there, Iris. Because we have the daily settings up here, and this one was titled daily. Oh, wait, that was the daily in 15, never mind. Okay. There we go. Okay. So I'll drop this one in the chat. If you want to remove the daily, you can just go in there and remove the daily settings and just keep the 15. All right, let me scroll back up here. That's a good question, Echo. Getting back to your, standard deviations and whatnot, and you like playing statistical probabilities. So does that mean you've been using our statistical backtester as well? Because that would be a very good way to find out which of the indicators might be conducive for the pattern that you're trying to find. And of course, that would all be also dependent upon the alerts that you were using, right? Okay, blue is hugging the 10, your range break scan of choice. It's not really a range break scan, okay? For range breaks, I'm typically using the methodology that I described earlier if I want to get active right on the open and using that pre-market range. Um, and a lot of the times, these will also turn into regular session range breaks as well. If they consolidate for a little bit and don't just take huge runs on the open, then they do set up sometimes for range breaks. Like this is a really ugly range break in UPST, upstart right here, right? Put in its high up here, put in its low down here. But eventually, it had to waste a lot of energy getting up there and breaking that range, which typically I don't play these types because a lot of energy expenditure to get to this point right here, right? Right here where it broke this high right here. But it still worked, right? They come in all shapes and sizes. I just prefer for mine to have a little bit more of a tighter range. But using new high for range breaks is what I do, right? Because it has to be hitting a new high. In this case, you would have wanted to have caught it right here, right? You wouldn't want to chase it in that candle or that candle, or that candle, because it's too far off of the mark. Now, maybe a pullback right here to that level, but you can see upward momentum. So I use new high and new low for my range break plays, and you might have to cycle through 10 or 20 stocks before you find one where the timing is right. Most of the time they've run too much. That's why, maybe 10 or 20 symbols is needed to find one that looks good. And that's the process there for the range breaks. But getting back to the hugging the 10 stock race, sometimes you'll find one that's hugging the 10 that might just be getting ready to pop. And the reason I like to watch the hugging the 10, this looks very similar to the one we saw earlier that was starting to wedge up there. But you can see right here, the green line is the 10 period, right? And usually if a stock is in play on the day to the upside or the downside, then the 10 period is very good at controlling the action there. You can see right here, literally hugging the 10 period, right? So we got a little bleedy in these candles here, but not too far. And then we had the 20 period here scooping it up, and then the 10 gets reclaimed and we take a little turn back up. Now, when I see something like this, if I see it really riding these moving averages, I might take a stab at it, but it's up to each individual as to what looks tasty. I like the wedges, but the real value in this race is, in my opinion, the length of the race. I'm running 1-minute races. So in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, if I see a stock winning 1-minute races over and over and over again, I'm going to pay attention to it. I'm definitely going to pull it up and see if it's conducive to what I like to trade. Because if it's winning these races over and over again, a lot of the times these are some of the bigger movers on the day, right? What else has been repeating? Neuro. Now, of course, it's going to be showing up on the races. Of course, if you didn't get it down here, who wants to chase something up there? Now, this is where it might come into play, where we wedge up a little bit, maybe come down here and kiss this moving average. But clearly, the 10 has been lost. It was hugging it for the longest time, and we got to close below. So that's when the momentum starts to turn. Every once in a while, one of the stocks that I'll play on an opening range break will also, let's say I buy something in the first 5 minutes, it's moving nicely for me, then I notice it's also winning race after race. Well, then that might give me a little bit more fortitude to try to hold on for a bigger move, right? Um, it's kind of looking under the rug, going, okay, if I was just viewing this information in a top list, my eyes aren't going to see those numbers changing, and I'm not going to be able to track it in the capacity that you can in a stock race. Because remember, what's powering the stock race? It's the underlying top list, right? Hugging the 10. And when we go in here and look at the configuration, you'll be able to see the filter settings for the 10. So change from the 10 period right here. And we still have not got the in words function on this filter. I'm going to have to make a request. But that's my simple setting right there. So imagine you're just watching this top list, right? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stocks on there. Do you see anything jumping out at you here? The change from the open, or even if I displayed my 10 period as a filter, which is what we're keying off of here. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Well, okay, there are all the numbers. Nothing's really going to jump out at you there, right? And this is, the top lists are great, but when you view the data of a top list through a stock race, boom, a whole different story, right? SIGA just won a race, but did we see some crazy action happening in any of these columns? More importantly, the 10 period? Nope. But SIGA has won 35 races today. That's not necessarily saying it's a great setup right now. Some will be, some will not be. But it's just another way to visualize the data and, coming up with new ways to visualize data is kind of what it's all about. I mean, market data is market data. It's been there forever. Charts are really human emotions. So how can we put a different spin on that? And that's how stock racing came into existence. Taking what's already there and making a more interesting way to view the data with some action. All right, so Echo, no, you're not using the statistical backtester yet. Well, we'll have to do a little experiment here. Well, Iris, the hugging the 10, the only reason it has these many cars on it right now is because those are the only stocks meeting the criteria of the stock of the top list. If you wanted more on there, you'd have to loosen up the filters, right? Because with tight filter settings, I'm going to get fewer stocks. If I loosen those filter settings up, I would get more stocks, but it would kind of defeat the purpose, right? Sam, yes, it's only showing me stocks that are really in close proximity to this green 10-period SMA, and it's intended for the 15-minute time frame intraday. Correct, Raj. Every time a stock wins a race, it moves it over here, and then you see the totals. Now it reports multiple instances. You know, you see Neuro here and Neuro here. So Neuro's won a total just in these two columns right here, or these two little boxes, of 31 races. But then you got 14 more down here, so forth and so on. And if I scroll down, then there's more data. Goose 17, Sega 23. So it's keeping a running tally in multiple instances. Well, Sam, I believe we have those in the charts, but we still don't have filter versions, right? See, we have the EMA exponential moving averages and SMA available on the charts, but we still do not have exponential moving averages as filters. Just simple. Absolutely. This is just the color that I've selected, but if you want to change your chart color, you just right click, you go down here, you say select chart style. Then we just click on the color grid tab and I can go to changing things. So let's say I want to go more of a blue, boom. Change that lickety split. Once again, right click, select chart style, go to the color tab. And we can also use gradient. You know, when I go to select this, we can pick whatever's more suited for us. That's a little too barfy. So anything in this color palette. You can even kind of try to blend your own colors if that's what you want to do. But yeah, you just select. You can color your different candles, up candles, down candles, outline of the candles. So that's how you adjust your colors. Huh. So you're looking at the stock race and yours is empty, is what you're saying, Iris? Now, is your race stopped? Right? Because you got to start it. And basically you can launch, you know, for example, I'm running races for these top lists right now. So if I say negative change from the open, it's looking at this top list, showing me the stocks that are moving down the most from the open, right? So remember, it's a top list is driving it. So unless there are symbols on your top list, there's not going to be any cars there, right? So remember, any top list, all you have to do is right click, launch the real-time stock race. You can launch multiple instances, pop in the amount of cars that you want to see, time frame of your race right here, 1 minute. Since this is down from the open, we're going to say change from the open based on, and then we're going to say sort by delta value. Once you get all these things plugged in, boom, you just launch your race. Assuming there are stocks on the top list, you're going to see it populate, and it's off to the races, so to speak. On the hugging the 10, well, unless I made a mistake, if we go to the top list and we hit configure, all symbols, but only stocks that meet this criteria are going to show up on the top list. So I tell you what, I'll drop this top list into the chat, and then you can just manually launch the race. Barry's back early. Okay, good deal on the chart color changing echo. Yes, Walt, and I believe that is already on the docket to make these stock symbols, perhaps bold or just to get them to pop a little bit more. So since stock races are still a relatively new addition to the product, we're still in the tweaking process, but we hear you. We'll try to make these symbols stand out a little bit better for you, for sure. And I think that's already in the dev queue. So once again, Iris, there's no transferring race data. You just start the race, right? Right click from any top list, launch the stock race, and you're good to go. Okay, Raj, just circling back, he didn't get. Okay, so when I was talking about intraday trading that I like to do, my favorite at the present time is using these two lists right here, these top lists. And here's the here's the theory that seems to be valid thus far. These top lists don't have a ton of filtering. All I'm looking for these top lists to do for me is show me things that are up and down the most from the open. Notice I said the open, not the close, because I don't really care about gaps, right? I just want to see things that the market opened and these stocks had huge moves, either up or down, under the assumption that if a stock has a huge move on one day, the next day it's not just going to sit there. It might continue in the direction that it had the big move in. It might reverse and go the other way. But there's a good chance of that stock actually moving uh, in a capacity that is attractive to us trader types, right? So the filtering is devilishly simple. Stocks between 3 and 300 had to have already traded 200,000 shares, okay? So at the end of the day, let me just check my time here. Okay, we got about 12 more minutes. At the end of the day, here's the process that I go through. Number one, I extend these lists up a little bit because I like to collect about 35, 36 symbols, sometimes a few more, sometimes a few less for next day's trading. So about 2:55 my time, which is about 5 minutes before the close. What I'm going to do and see, look at these stocks. BGXX down 48%, PRE down 25%. Over here, we got Grab up 24%, some bigger downside movers today than upside movers, but that's not always the case. So about 5 minutes before the close, what I will do is I will take all the biggest losers from the open, not necessarily caring about any gap, which was prior close and next open, but actual moves from the open. So what I'll do is I'll collect all these symbols by highlighting them and just doing a drag. Then I hit Control C on my keyboard. So I've captured all these symbols. So then I'll come over here. Oops. Symbol list. Okay, and the ones for the downside, I call previous day's dippers. And you can see that list right there. From yesterday, there's 37 stocks in there. So I'll clear those out and I'll insert these stocks for tomorrow's trading to watch for pre-market, see the ones that are setting up nicely in the pre-market, and then perhaps if the pre-market range is tasty and they're breaking that range, or to the upside or the downside, I might take a shot. Okay, I'll do the same thing with this list, except that's previous day's rippers. Upside is previous day's rippers, downside previous day's dippers. Now, usually I'm looking for a continuation of the prior day, right? But that's not always the case. You might have something on previous day's dippers that's been on there for 3 days in a row, and you pull it up and you're like, well, the range looks good, but I'm noticing it might be coming down to support on the daily, right? So you still have to kind of size it up and see if it has any room, all right? But that's the methodology that I go through to compile my end of day list for the next session. So number one, it reduces my amount of symbols to just a little over 70, between 70 and 80 on a given day. And that's what these two windows here are going to be looking for. This window is going to be pointed to the previous day's rippers, as you can see right here. And then the one looking for lows is going to be pointed to the previous day's dippers, as you can see right here. Okay, so that gives me a nice tight little universe of stocks. The windows aren't moving too rapidly. It allows me to scroll through and hopefully find some decent ones in there. So that's my little routine for compiling my end of day list using these two top lists. So you might be thinking to yourself that you want these lists. So let me drop them in here. And I don't know if we're going to have time to finish, but we can start a back test for you, Echo, because if you're statistically inclined, you're definitely want to play around with our statistical back tester there. So I'll drop this in for you. Negative change from open. Change from open. Okay, let's do this. Speed round. Okay, good enough, good enough. What we're going to do here is do a little convergence to the mean, say positive VWAP divergence of at least, oops, wrong one, get rid of new high, positive VWAP divergence of 3. Okay, so let's say we were looking to short or fade things that have had big run-ups in the hopes that they were going to pull back and we can make a little money short. And we want to come in here and give this an old back test. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it wide open for now. Yes, yes, Treacle. That was what I was doing first, but I've found it's more conducive doing it with different list for the up and the downside. So yes, you caught that. That is a change that I have made in the past couple of weeks, maybe 3 or 4. But good catch. I should have pointed that out. I just got a little ahead of myself. Okay, so let's run a simple back test here. We'll do 40 days, 6 minutes left. Okay, so all right, let's just see what happens if we're shorting these things.
I'm here, Jamie,
Boy,
so
there's a
don't
ton
worry.
of trades in there. Yeah, Raj, the top list that I just dropped in up there, right above you on that last comment, the positive change from open is going to show you stocks that are up pretty huge on the day. Of course, there's huger downside today. Well, it looks like the list changed a little bit, but those lists are going to point out exactly that. Okay, so interesting scan here. Not a bad looking daily. You know, it kind of fell apart not too long ago, but look at that performance, right? Okay, so we've got 60% winners over a 4,000 trade count. So when I see something like this, well, it gives me hope that there might be some potential to backtest this thing and have some validity to it. So if I wanted to try to optimize this while at the same time bringing down the number of trades, pop over to the optimization tab. We could optimize by price, time of day, symbol, not really that useful to me. Price and time of day can be, but these usually aren't my go-tos right off the bat. So if we go to other filters, now you're going to get the entire list of filters that we offer. And we can either just scroll through the list and see what looks good as far as what to optimize. That's one way to do it. Or we can go maybe pick some of our favorite metrics, like, for example, 15-minute RSI. Well, okay. Let's pull out the smaller lens here. Okay, so now we're looking at 15-minute RSI, and check out all these trades. Okay, when RSI is between 5 and 24.99, all the trades stink. Okay, and then this little area right here looks okay, but look at the green. Okay, look at this chunk of trades right here. Whenever 15-minute RSI is between 40 and 94.99, looks like things work pretty well. So let's make that change let's add 15-minute RSI with these settings. And I'm kind of taking a peek here at our profit factor right up here. And I'm looking at all the trades that would be left over. And I'm like, okay, well, we could just take the juiciest of the juicy right here, 64% win rate right here. So why don't we just start with that since we have just a limited time here. So I'm going to highlight this cell. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say set min value of 15-minute RSI to 50. Yep, that's what I want to do. It's going to automatically insert that value for me. Click OK, OK. And now we can come set the downside. So we're just going to take this little sector of trades right here, and we're going to set our max to 64.99. Max 64.99. All right, so we've made that change. Now we see how it impacts the scan. All right, ladies and gents, I am going to have to take off in about 2 minutes here. Got to hop into another meeting, but
Jamie, I'm here.
Answering
Can
your
you not hear me?
questions.
Can you guys hear me in
Just see if
YouTube?
we
I
helped
might be
or hurt
talking
the
over
scan.
Jamie.
And Echo, the best thing that you can do is just get in there and start playing with the back tester since you have full access. And we're only about 3 days into the test drive. You got plenty of time to get in there and generate some really good statistical data sets. Okay, so we peeled off about 1,000 trades. Our win rate
Okay, you can
actually
hear me.
came down a
Yeah, for
little
some
bit,
reason Jamie can't hear me. I don't
but
know
we
why.
got rid of some of those big losing days there, right? So then you would just go back and repeat the process, find some other filters that look potentially good for optimization. And, if you keep that process up, eventually you'll end up with a nicely optimized but not over optimized data set, which can produce some really good plays for you. All right, you got the screen now, Barry? Let me just look here.
Yeah, I've got the screen now. I don't know why Jamie can't hear me, but you guys can hear me on YouTube, right? I think you're saying you can. So, all right. So I've taken over.
Well, where are you hiding, browser? There you go. All right, Barry. I will.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. I am back in both rooms. And I actually took advantage of a race, guys. I don't, I don't talk about the racing too much, but if I see something that really, really stands out. Now, if you recall the SIGA, SIGA, And I just use this for, well, sort of like little scalps, but I was watching this and it was like a 3% move, and it was moving, and it was starting to move right around here. And this went from about 920 or so, all the way up to 956 before it pulled back. And so but it caught my eye because it was such a dramatic winner in this, in my watch list here. So I took advantage of that. Not in it anymore because I don't trust anything in this market right now to keep moving. But the other one that I was looking at was the was it TNXP? TNXP. I don't think it moved though off that $2 mark yet. Keep an eye on it though, because I have an alert set here. I'm going to set an alert at 209 for TNXP. This had the big move in the pre-market. That's what traders are looking at right now. Okay, they're thinking, okay, it had a big move in the pre-market. It has come all the way back down. It's barely positive. But what if it catches a bid again? What if people get interested again in it? And so if it could take out this I put a price alert around 209, 210. If it could take that out on volume, always on volume, that's why I have a 2-minute chart. Okay, I really don't use the 2-minute chart for other than checking to see if there's a big volume spike on the 2-minute. That's the only reason I really have it. So if it doesn't have that volume spike on the 2-minute, so in other words, if I got a price alert at 209 or 210 for this, doesn't mean I hop in and take the trade. It just means that, okay, I now have the alert. Did it do it on volume? If I look at the volume and it's not something that, it doesn't have to be the biggest one of the day, but just in relation to the previous, 2-minute volume bars, unless I see something that really jumps out at me, I just won't take the trade. Now, does that mean it won't keep going just because it doesn't jump out at me? No, it could keep going, but remember the boxes I check? That's one box that I've got that I check. If I'm going to take a trade like this, that breakout has to be on some kind of volume. Now, just because it breaks out on volume, and it doesn't mean it's going to continue. Of course, if it were that easy, where we'd all be. And yeah, our market did not keep that up, did it? We were all excited about, well, if you're going long looking for bounces, yeah, that was a great 15-minute candle, but it is basically taken that out now, the low of that candle. So we're back in, well, let's just sell everything mode. All right, and you guys, I know you're looking at, so there's the US UPST. It is leading this race. It's a nice little move, 2%. I don't really, when I see, anything under 1%, I don't really care, but if I see something, 3%, 4% winning a race, I will start to look at it. What I was hoping to be able to do, and I don't know in the software if they're going to be able to do it. I would only want to see things that are, say, at 3%. If it's not, I don't care if it's blank. I don't care, because I want my eyes to be drawn to just the ones that are really moving within this race. And again, the race is all about, you can, and if you're wondering about racing, you can look at the user guide, and there's a race section called, I think it's called TI Racing, something like that. Take a look at that. It's got the outline about what racing is all about, why you would use it, how to set one up, etc. Okay. Now, the main reason I went over this yesterday. Let's just take a look at the change from the open, okay? So this is a top list window that I got. It's called the biggest gainers. These are the biggest gainers for today. I've sorted it on the change from the open. Biggest gainers with certain filters in place, okay? Now it's a top list. Now the top list window gets updated every 30 seconds. So you're not going to see anything move here until at least 30 seconds. And you may still see the top, there may not be a big change in the order at all. But with the racing, there could be something that's down here that is starting to move, but it's was at 7.5, maybe now it's at 8, 9. Wouldn't really see it. If you wouldn't really see that sort of move because your eyes are drawn to the top ones. So that's where the racing, for somebody like me who doesn't play a lot of bounce plays, only sees things, based on my scans. I'm only seeing things in my scans that are either making new highs or low for the days. This can help me identify a stock like the SIGA, SIGA. Because if I look at SIGA, where it did it, I mean, there is the high. That was, I think, the previous days. That was the high, I think, at 9:30. Is that correct? Okay, but this is where it started, right around 9. And that's where I started seeing it. So I would not have seen that until it hit 9:30 based on any scans that I got. If all that makes sense, because it has to take out the high of the day before I see it in any one of my scans. So this can help me then maybe start more easily identifying a pullback play, something that has pulled back, but now it's starting to move. So instead of creating some kind of a scan for a pullback, I can create a top list, and I try to have in my watch list, and of course my top list, try to have stocks that are, have some significant, can potentially move. There's no point in putting in a top list window if you're going to run a race, a stock that's traded 10,000 shares, or it's up, like 0.5% for the day or 0.5% from the open. Okay, and the relative volume is way less than 1. In other words, you want to have in your racing, in my opinion anyway, stocks that have been that are active stocks. Otherwise, you'll be staring at nothing all day long. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. And that is so you look at the UPST. I mean, it's hard to see, but you can kind of see that it's just trying to make a little move here. Now, does that mean that because it wins a race, if that is going to happen, that you just pile into the trade? No, not necessarily, but at least you've been alerted to this. No, I'm not getting any new alerts. So, I haven't been running this one for quite a while now, but this is called up big, down big. Okay. And really all it is, it's these two strategies. It's a multi-strategy window. I'm not sharing this window. I'm sharing the individual strategies. And this is what it's looking for. So this is up big yesterday, but down big today. All right. Probably not too many, right? There were too many stocks that were up big yesterday, but down big today. You're probably going to find a few more that were down big yesterday, but up big today. Not a lot, not like them, especially now the market's doing this. So these are two these are two alert windows that alerts or scans that I put into this one called up big, down big. And of course, I'm not sharing this exactly, but I'm sharing the individual scans. So for instance, you look at EXPI now, there it is. So, it was down big and down big. So let's just take a look at what that actually means. So you can open up the window, the alert window, and you can tell what it's looking for. So these are stocks. Now, again, this is just mine range that I like to trade, but so the stock is going to be between 2 and 40. The volume is at least 150,000 shares. And the reason I put a fairly low volume there is because these things can trigger right at the beginning of the day. And so I don't want to put 2 million share minimum. I may miss something that's starting to move at the beginning of the day. But the price has to be at least, now I may even change that I may even change that to the open. This is bit of an old scan. But the big deal here, it has to have been at least down 5% yesterday. Okay, so when it closed, it has to be down, had to close at least 5% down. But then today, it's got to be above yesterday's high. And it's got to be, again, 1% from the previous close. I may change that to the open. I don't know if it's going to make a huge difference. And then if it makes a new high, I get a real-time alert. So if you're interested in something like this is one of the scans I'm sharing. And then it's just the flip of it is up big today, but down big. I'm sorry. Up big yesterday, but down big today. Just the flip of this, just the reverse. So a stock that was really up, but now it's down today.
Yeah.
Now the Veru was winning a race a little while ago and then pulled back, but as you know, this one can be really crazy. VERU is just taking out these highs here. And it's a high for the day right now. VERU high for the day right now. And this got up to what, 1637 yesterday. So I'm not telling you to take this trade, but you can see how interesting it could get. There was a little bit of volume that came in here, a little bit of volume on that 2-minute. How interesting it could get if it really starts accelerating through and starts trying to approach that high here. That high yesterday at 1637. I mean, when all this got rolling, this is a virus play. When all this got rolling, I mean, it hit 1750. So pretty amazing that it almost got to, that high over here yesterday, considering the day that it was yesterday in the market. So any questions, guys? It's really starting to dry up for me here in terms of new alerts. So any questions in either room? I got to pass this on. Zach, can you hear me? Okay. Just got the word from Michael. Michael Noss is the one creating the MFI. He creates all these little Market Explorer. So he starts off with good news, Barry. The MFI indicator is done. Bad news, it's wrong. So I need to wait for them to fix it. Now, what that means, I'm not 100% sure, but he just posted that. He knows I've been waiting for it, okay? So I only say this. I mean, it's not forgotten. I know it's frustrating and all, but it truly has not been forgotten. And of course, what he did is he broke the post up. So all I saw was good news, Barry. The MFI indicator is done. So I was just about to tell you, and then he delays it. Bad news. Espen. Yeah, I mean, do you want both of them? I can give it to you. Is this the shared version? Pinned, not pinned. I mean, I have them. Just a minute here. Let me go to my home page, show you my home page. You may not want both of them. It's up to you. So if you go to my home page, I just put my home page link in. Yeah, look at SIGA. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but look at it. Look at it winning this race 5%. That's what I'm looking for. I don't give a rip about these ones way down here. but you know, my eye is drawn to SIGA. Espen. So if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there, where are you? Here you are. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. So if you go to the scan section, click here, and
What do you think Maz has to say for himself?
you know what?
Answer the hard
I must have taken them out. Yeah, I must have taken them out. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll get the guy to add it back in here. I know I had them in here, but I was trying to, you know, I seem to have too many. So I'll have to make yeah, I'll have to make a note to myself to add it back into my, so I'll give it to you right now, okay? I'll give it to you right now. And I'll create a docking version of it. Okay. So where is it? So here it is. Right click. This is not a docking. See, it's pinned. That's why I have to make sure. So up big, down big. You know what? Maybe I will just change the name just a little bit so it makes sense. I mean, I know what it meant. So up big. How am I going to do this as a multi-strategy so it makes sense? Up big. I'm going to have to, okay, up big, yes. Down big. Day. I'm going to run out of room down. Big. Yes. Up. Big. Today. Okay. So so you just have to stretch it out a little bit. Okay. So there you go. So now it makes sense. Up big yesterday, down big today, down big yesterday, up big today. Okay. So let me make sure it's not pinned. I don't have any sound alerts on it. Okay. So here you go. And you know, there are several ways you can use it because you know, a stock that would say down big today and then up big to sorry, down big yesterday and then up big today. I mean, that could just be a bit of a one day rally if you think of it that way. And that might actually give you a short opportunity because for all the reasons it was down big yesterday. Now, granted, so many stocks were down big yesterday because of the overall market. But let's just say a stock had horrible news, horrible earnings, etc., was down big. Okay, and today it's bouncing. You may want to look at again. This is not UPWK. You may want to look at that and think, yeah, it's up big today, but how sustainable is that going to be? Maybe I keep watching it and maybe try to find a top and then short it because it was down big yesterday for a reason. Max. Okay, now I am on a development version, but that shouldn't matter. I mean, the IB linking has been bulletproof for me. Okay, I use IB and I'm linked to my. Now, are you talking about from within Brokerage Plus or just generally? You're talking about using our external linking tool, Max, the external linking tool, and just linking so that when you click on the symbol, it loads into your into IB. I hope you're talking about that and not from Brokerage Plus because I don't use Brokerage Plus. I don't link Brokerage Plus to my IB account. So Max, can you hear me? Are you talking about just general? Okay. All right. Well, let's. Look what happened. It moved in here. Hey, look at this. Maybe I should be watching this a little more closely. I'm going to have to get this out. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. Okay, it may, if it's a topless window, an alert window, a a racing window. It doesn't matter. The link is the link is the link. Once it's established, from the AI, it just doesn't matter. As long as if you can find a symbol and click on it, then it should load into your IB platform. Well, man, I don't know how I'm going to help you because, and you're using the rule, the Interactive Brokers Live rule. It broke for you too, Pepe. Yikes. And that's on the latest beta? That's on the beta that we have on our website? And you fixed it. Okay. Can you can you tell Max how to fix it? I mean, that's bad. I mean, I've never, ever, I mean, in the 5 or 6 years that I've been using it. But why do we have to go through a bunch of steps? That have you do our developers know about this? Let me just ask if we're running into problems. And so you're saying price alerts also don't work? Yeah, man. The window won't pop up. So you minimize it, of course, and when you get the alert, it's not popping up. What am I on? I'm on 0.82. I'm on a development version of but I've never had that issue. So Pepe, you are on the, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So Pepe, you're on the latest beta, though you're on the latest beta, and when you minimize the price alerts window and you get an alert, it does not pop up on the screen. Okay. Chris says he's on the latest beta. Chris Varley, he's on the latest beta, and he has not. Now, indicators, that is another issue. But he says that the link is working fine for him on the latest beta and IB. You don't have to, yeah, I mean, maybe it's good practice to uninstall. I mean, I think most people don't uninstall. Yeah, I mean, go back, I'll tell you what, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, go back to the production version. Okay, I guess you can do that. The production version is on the website. So close down trade ideas, just make sure you save your work and then download the the production version from the website. You know how to get the website, Max? Yeah, I mean, I've had to do zero with all the different versions of trade ideas that I've had over, well, since I got IB in 2016, all the different versions I've had. Now, you guys only see the odd production and beta, but I'm on development version after development version after development version. I've never had my linking. Okay, so if you can get to the home, if you go to the website, then yeah, try it after the market close, sure. Just make sure all you have to do is just make sure you save your, exit trade ideas, save your work, as you probably know. And then we're back to the production version. I know you don't want to do it now. I'd love to see if that works on the production version, because that's a pretty big bug or something. I'm surprised more people haven't asked. Oh, MFI, a perfect circle. MFI, money flow index, MFI. This is something that Zach in our the main room has been after me for 10 years. Probably is 10 months. You'd have to ask him. Perfect. I don't use it. He's used it for he swears by it. So you'd have to ask him, because I've never used it. So if you don't mind, I'm sorry, guys. We're trying to do a little investigative work here. So anybody who's on the latest beta and has interactive brokers, okay, and you've been able to link before. I'm not talking about Brokers Plus. I'm just talking about the general external linking tool. Have you had a problem with the latest beta linking to interactive brokers, or have you been able to do it exactly the same way as you've been doing it for forever? Now we're going to see how many people have interactive brokers and have downloaded the latest beta. Like Harry, do you have are you using interactive brokers? Wow, Siga. I mean, I got out of that. Man, that was a nice one from the race, guys. I have to tell you, it was a good one. All right, well, let me ask the question then. Anybody who's using the latest beta, are you having problems linking to your broker like you used to be able to? Pepe is saying it's not necessarily just with interactive brokers. Very strange that that would be happening. No, keep an eye, guys, I mean, really, keep an eye on the TNXP, okay? I mean, it is basing beautifully just over $2, okay? All traders would be looking at is saying, well, man, look what happened in the pre-market, almost got up to 3. Could it, could it get anywhere? I mean, it might struggle to get through 223 right there. But if it takes out my little price alert, which is about 210, and it does it on volume, this could get it running again. Jado, now you're on Thinkorswim, right? Not IB. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, look at that, Pepe. I mean, Omni says he's on the latest beta. Price alerts pop up if minimized. So, yeah, man, that's a tough one. I mean, that would drive me crazy if my price alerts did not pop up. Let's make sure they are. I know they were popping up yesterday, but let's make sure they are. Let's put a price alert. Let's get something that's moving. How about that? UPST. Okay, so this moves quite a bit. So what I'm showing you here, so what is that, 5206? So let me put let's put an alert at 5208. And one just above it, 5235. I'm going to minimize my window.
Whilst you're listening to First Wave on vacation, and some fell after pictures of dogs as well. Kim Elmore did both. She was at Porpoise Point and sent me a picture of a very cute dog out on the sand, out at the beach, with the water view. I love it, Kim. Thank you very much. And speaking of going to Hollywood there, Darla says my vacation was going to California. Yeah, a bunch of pictures with where we goes down. Man, oh man, people had a good time with that. I'm very happy to see it. I hope you got a good shot of Simon Thumbs. Thank you very much for that. If you're on vacation, you want to see the pictures, tweet them. I'm not pulling it up. Booyah!
Okay, so it popped up on my screen. So it did pop up on my screen when it hit that 5235. It did pop up on my screen. I had it minimized. See, okay, it did pop up on my screen. I just put a price alert right at the price. So that is really, really interesting that it's not working for you, Pepe, and you know what you're doing. It's something from Sirius. Perfect. Something from Sirius XM. Well, it's not a few weeks later. It was asked 10 months ago. Okay. Yeah, I can't answer. Well, let me ask Michael. Let me ask Michael if it's something that can be done in the Market Explorer. Is the market open tomorrow? Yes. Why? What's happening tomorrow? It is Memorial Day on Monday for Canadians, but I'll be here. So, but what is why wouldn't the market be open tomorrow? Is there some kind of a holiday that I know the market's open tomorrow, but is there some kind of holiday that you thought maybe the market would be closed? Yeah, wow, Siga right back down. Yeah. So we're just renting these guys. We're not marrying them. You know, I mean, really, I mean, these are so wild. And I wouldn't trust anything in this market. Boy, this NNOX is getting very interesting. I mean, look at the high here, 1029, and then I said 1036. Boy, oh boy, I mean, this is an earnings play, and the next high is 1120. Be too shady. I asked, I mean, this is nothing, I started asking probably 10 years ago too. I've had the program for 12 years. I probably started asking around then also. I have no idea what makes it so hard. I have no idea. The other thing that I would have loved to happen, even more so than that, is to be able to have the count alert or count filter maybe set at whatever you want, so that the opening range break, it would have to break it, say 3 times or 4 times or whatever number you want before you get an alert. Because as we know, the opening range break can break up, then it can break back down again, it can break up, it can break down again. So my idea was, why not have the count filter? Why not have the count filter available for something like that to prevent the, you know, the up and down through the break, and test it? How many times, you know, how many times did it have to break? You know, I could actually see, that is something that I would do a back test on. Try to figure out the optimum number of times that a opening range break would have to break before it truly maybe broke. Yeah, no, Peppy, this is upsetting you, but my minimization is working perfectly. Not upsetting you, but, and if you can't figure it out, boy, that is strange. Pepe, you don't use CC 2000 also, or do you? Or do you have other links to other things? Are you external linking other programs from within Trade Ideas other than IB? Or that's the only other thing. We're tossing this around. So Notepad. Yeah, it doesn't seem. So you don't even have IB. You're just talking. You're talking Thinkorswim. Okay, just to be fair, then we'll delete Zach's post. I put his clean heart. All right, guys. I am actually looking at. I mean, this one. This is again down big yesterday, up big today. Meanwhile, TGI. I mentioned that I might get back into the short. I did for a bit, and then it got me out. But I don't know if I want to resume it. The alert I had was at the low of the day was right around 1486, and so I got back into the short, but it was more like a scalp. I was hoping it would keep going, but then all of a sudden had that big pop up to over 15 again. So
Volatile.
nope, people like it. Some love it. You're the only person that said no. I mean, I'm sure there are others. Well, that's what I made it the pig because I will never, I don't know exactly which window to look at. And, typically in the 10-day daily breakdowns, these are, well, you can call them dogs, pigs, whatever you want to call them. So, but in the interest, I'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was just, well, it's those three folders. They've had those sound alerts in forever. I have no idea how they, well, it sounds so kind of loud. Wow, look at TGI. I didn't get back in it. I would have been in this still, except that stupid move up through 15 got me out of it. All right, guys, actually, I'm just downloading an update to this noise canceling. I'm gonna have to ask them why it's not canceling out the my speakers. Oops. right, so you guys cannot hear me. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do if you can't hear me. Hmm. All right, guys, I'm not sure what to do. You guys can't hear me? Oh, so you did hear me, okay. You know what might have happened is I updated this crisp cancellation, and maybe that is interfering or something. You can hear me. I really want to know if you can hear me in the main room. In the main room. Well, for instance, can you guys hear me in the main room? The pig is going wild. TGI making new lows again. So not in here. Okay. Okay, Pepe, thank you. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, guys, I'm definitely muting myself. I'm going to have to try something. Well, I think you guys can probably hear me in our YouTube room, but you can't hear me in the main room, so not sure what to do. Oh, you can hear me. Yay, you can hear me. Okay, Ori, thank you. All right, well, okay, great. Okay, well, it's back. Thank you very much. I just basically booted myself out of the trading room and then I reloaded everything. So, okay. One less thing to worry about. Now, I will put myself on mute now because there is a marketing meeting that's going to start in about 3 minutes or so. So, and I do apologize. I mean, these things happen. So far, it's been pretty, this computer is a real workhorse, you know. There's so many things going on all day and I've had it for 4 years now. So it may be time. Day trade alerts, how they work. Okay, are you talking about the AI Jack, Holly, or like are you talking really in general? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, if you're talking about the AI, I mean, this is what it looks like. If you can see my screen, you have a suggested entry, a stop, and you manage the trades. If you're talking about all of these, okay, well, this is actually working out very well. Look at this sleep number. It's been a sleeper. All right. Well, I'm going to be in a marketing meeting soon, but I don't know if you've done this already. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, that's a whip. Okay, so, well, now somebody's saying they can hear me. I'm getting a little frustrated here. So, who asked that question? Jack? Jack, can you hear me, Jack? Okay, so I don't know if you've done this, and I have to race through this because I got to be in a meeting in about a minute or so. But if you click on my homepage link, you can see it just above. Hopefully, you can see my screen. You click on the homepage link, and if you haven't done this, please do this first. The get trade, sorry, the let's get started. Okay, please do this first if you haven't. I mean, and you may not have to go through everything, but there are 10 videos and they're all short, but the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar, right, etc. That'll get you started. At least you'll know what an alert window is and a top list window is, okay? But you've done the videos. So what is your real question then before I have to take off? If you've done those videos, I mean, this is the AI right here, okay? And you basically wait for the alerts to happen. Doesn't mean that when you get an alert, you immediately take the trade, but you just wait for the alerts to happen. And you manage the alerts. And if you want to see these alerts, then from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay. When you do that, this window will pop up and you'll see these alerts. And what I would do is just, if you know how to save a layout, just save this, incorporate this as part of your layout. So tomorrow, when you open trade ideas, this will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. So I've got to go. I've got to go. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Whew, all right, guys, I'm now back. And so, as usual, well, it's 2:47 right now, so the room will be open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute in a bit. Around 3, I'm here all the time, so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. So just one last look at the information that I talk about a few times a day, 2 or 3 times a day. So the test drive, there is still time to sign up for the test drive if you want to participate. Test drive link in. So there is time still to sign up. So if you click on the test drive link, you obviously will not get 10 trading days. It started on the 16th. So you'll basically get tomorrow. You'll have 6 trading days. You'll get tomorrow and then the following week. It will still cost the $11.11. So if you think it's worth a little less than $2 a day to try us out, go for it. And you'll have access to the full premium service other than no auto trading. Also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to try us out, you can do so. One thing to, always remember, you're not in a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. Once it's over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. The other thing to remember is that if you're in this test drive, anything that you do, in other words, if you, take some of my scans or some of the scans from from our toolbar, from our channel bar, you create scans of your own, you create a layout, make sure you save everything that you do to the cloud. Why? Because if you decide that you do want to take out a subscription later on, and later on could be, the next day, after it's over, the next week, next month, next 5 years, as long as you use the same email that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything that you did during the test drive will be there for you. Okay? And of course, my homepage. So a lot of information on my homepage, including mandatory, do the get traded, sorry. Well, if you want to take out a subscription, here you go. If you're not part of the test drive, you don't care, you just want to take out a subscription right now. Though I would wait. I know we're going to have a better promo next week, probably be at least 20% off. So you can always wait. But mandatory, do the let's get started. There are 10 videos. It starts off with literally the download and install, okay? Take you about 30 minutes. I mean, if you've already done the download and install, then of course you don't have to do that one, but please do that. It'll save you a lot of grief, aggravation. Then you can take a look at our user guide, go to the education section, my homepage. You can take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on how big it is. Really, I would just focus on these 4 things right there. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know the differences. You don't have to learn everything else. That'll come in time if you take out a subscription. And if you want the trade of the week, which is free, you can sign up for it right here. It'll get sent to you to your email about an hour before the market closes every Monday. Sorry, an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I didn't do a stock of the day video today. I'm too frustrated with the technical things that were going on, so I did not do a stock of the day video. But I will usually do one at noon Eastern, and you can sign up for them there. Talked about the education. And also my scans. If you want my scans, here they are. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, we have a ton of scans in our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, all theme-based channels, go through them. Take a look at the momentum channel. You see something you like, these are all layouts, but if you see a scan, an individual scan that you like, take it. Look at this CINT. Look at this thing going. Okay, you can take it. Just pop it out, save it to the cloud, go to another channel. You see another scan you like, pop it out, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring all those ones that you saved back from the cloud and create a layout. And you didn't really have to know how to create a scan in the first place. And that's about it, guys. This is a nice little break actually out on the 15-minute chart for CINT. It's a nice little break, a little consolidation action, a little break here. It's a low float. I didn't see this one at all. It had no action whatsoever in the, it's okay. No, it had no action pre-market. Really had no action after hours. They released earnings, that mauve area on our charts, that's the after hours yesterday. So they released earnings yesterday, post-market, and really no reaction, nothing this morning. In fact, it actually gapped down from yesterday's close, and look what it's doing. I guess this was a relatively recent IPO. I don't think this was it's possible this was a SPAC. I don't know. And there's very little volume. But you know what? I mean, this could, so looking left here. Maybe this gets it going. Maybe it'll have a multi-day run. I don't know. The NNOX guys, I mean, that has proven to be, pretty resilient. Earnings again, still not a ton of volume, but this used to trade a lot. Surprised it's not trading. Remember these days, guys, this NONX, I think it might have been one of the meme stocks these days, traded millions of shares. I'm surprised it's not trading at least, by the end of the day, well, I don't know, only an hour left, probably will not trade 1 million shares. I'm surprised. So Chris is not in our YouTube room at 3:30 today. Today is Thursday. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, he does a kind of a Zoom thing where I think he actually lets people talk. It's really for newer people, but I think he actually, I think it's sort of an open mic, I believe. So if you want to do that, and that'll be at 3:30, I think I have a link for it. Yeah, so it's a webinar registration. So I'll put this in both the rooms because again, YouTube will be shut down at 3:30 along with the main room. Vicky, there's your chance to talk. Just register for the Zoom meeting at 3:30. It's 3:30 to 4:30. Chris does a Zoom meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He's in YouTube. I don't know. Prepare away. Better prepare Chris. The reason he can do that, unfortunately, we have very few people in it attending these Zoom meetings. So, he doesn't mind opening it up. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now, I will put myself on mute and hopefully I can resolve these Bluetooth issues so you will not hear the oink all day long, nor my music. So I'm going to try to find out why you hear that anyway. I don't know why it's not noise canceling out. But anyway, so I'm going to put myself on mute. But if I have to, I will hop on the mic if I have to. Somebody has a question. Back this up. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself right now. Wow, I gotta pop in here, guys. Look at that NNOX now. I mean, that was awesome from this continuation scan. Gap down and reverse. You know, I was all, well, I was in the meeting and everything, but well, right before that meeting, but you know, I was talking about how it was basing so beautifully, just over 10. Now look at it, just a massive move here. And that is the NNOX. Wow. And almost as important, I mean, I was saying, well, I mean, I was wondering if it could take out this 1029. Well, it did. And now, you know, that 1120 area. And it's an earnings play. So, yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know if this is going to really, really, really move, but look at the TNXP. I've been talking about this one also. I mean, look at this. You know, volume is, you know, I'd love to see a huge volume bar, but I mean, the high yesterday is 224. So, you know, maybe let it, and right there, you can kind of see there's some resistance right around this 220 to 230, 225 mark. If you look at that, those 15-minute candles, but you can kind of see, not unlike the NNOX. Now, this is not an earnings play, so there is a difference, but you can kind of see that if it can take this out right there on some volume, all traders are looking at is this, and that hit $3 in the pre-market, and they're thinking, okay, you know, can it get, you know, anywhere? Can it get up to 250s to the 260s? I don't know. I mean, no crystal ball there, but boy, it looks interesting. And then NNOX, awesome. RVPH, I'm on the mic, I know. RVPH, 2 a day and all fails. Yeah, well, you would think, I mean, boy, looking at this again, you would think that this 180 between here and 2, lots and lots of resistance. TNXP at the, you know, I keep forgetting to look at it. I should probably pay a little more attention to the VWAP. There you are, yeah, 215. So a pop above, but for me, it would be more, yeah, I mean, more this area here, this 220. I mean, obviously the VWAP, sure. But look at this little area here and the pre-market. I think that is that's the 9 o'clock and there's the 9:15. So these are the two candles before the market opened, and then there's the 9:30 candle. And highs right around that area. Takes those out. Hey, you know, so I mean, it's just best to be prepared if it does happen. I just said wow, Zach, for another reason, but I did just say wow. Oh, the wow scan. I don't see you're hitting your your super duper new scan that we are all waiting for. That one. Well, hopefully the patient survives. See the volume, I mean, look at the volume. It's been trying, the TNXP, it's been trying, and you're right at that VWAP area. It's been trying, but it just hasn't had enough to push it right through. It's a big float. I didn't realize if this float number is right, I mean, that's a massive float. 600 million for a $2 stock. That is a huge, huge float. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's too late for me, but the Sigma, yeah, it really crawled off this area here, over that 8 area. But boy, it really, really got slapped down. And well, that's more indicative of something with a very, very low float. But I mean, 41 million, it's not high, but it's certainly not crazy low. 975 all the way down to 8. Boy, that's a big, big drop. Again, it did have the news, FDA approval, but for a drug that probably not a lot of revenue, but anyway, they did get FDA approval for SIGA. Smallpox drug. As monkeypox spreads, well, what do I know? Smallpox. I mean, that sounds like something from the Amazon. They may have had, but not today. I don't think not today anyway. I don't think they probably. Oh, you mean a reverse split? So that should take that down. Let's see. You might be right. Let me just see. It's an upcoming 1 for 32 reverse split. But let me see when that was active. Effective May 17th. You're right. You're right. Okay, so you are absolutely right, 100% right. So what happens is the float information, the short float percent, does not get updated. Yeah, it does not get updated well, usually they get updated twice a month. Say the 5th, let's make it the 15th and 30th. So because that happened on the 18th, so that should take an effect. So what did I say the ratio was? 32? Yeah, so there are 18 million in the float then, approximately 18 million in the float. Well, you must be our monkeypox expert, monkeypox. Yeah, I don't know, and this is not our data provider in this case. I don't know why float information gets updated, twice a month. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, We are in 2022. Monkeypox, the new COVID. Oh, God. Oh. We shouldn't laugh. I mean, good grief, anything is possible in this world, I guess, but oh, it's the same. Okay, it's the same guy. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was mildly amusing. Wow, look at that. NOx. Here, a little move for Weber. Weber, you can see it's leading this little race. A little move for Weber, WEBR. Let me show you how I don't go over this very often. I mean, I basically tell people to go to the guy, but let's just we'll start a race right here on this biggest gainers. Okay. Now, what I want to do, I want to make sure these things are trading really actively. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to duplicate this window. I want to play around with it. So in this case, configure. So I'm going to just add one more filter and the change from the open, let's make that 3%, okay? So what does that mean? 3%, current volume's at least 2, make that 3. Just want to make sure that we're getting things that are, have a chance of making some moves. Okay, let's leave it like that. So start a race. So right click, launch real-time stock race. So pop over here. And this is not, I mean, look, this is not the easiest thing in the world to start, but you have to expand this window. And now I want to put the race lanes. This basically dictates how many stocks I can put in. Okay, 27. Change from the open and sort on delta. That's the key. Sort on delta. Replace cars. So what happens is, there are more stocks than 27 in this list. It'll start replacing stocks that don't. And then an auto rerun. And let's run it for 5 minutes. And that'll be running auto. So what that means is when the race stops, it'll start another race. Let's just see what happens. Okay, and it takes 30 seconds. This is what they're trying to improve on, is to get the races started almost immediately as opposed to having to wait 30 seconds. But you saw what I did. I mean, it's no, I can't tell you, what you should do, what you want to base a race on, but and what I'd be looking for is, something that is really moving ahead. Now, look at SIGA. I mean, look at SIGA right now. I mean, it's 2.6. I mean, look at SIGA right now. You can see maybe it's poised just to make a move. When you look at this, you see sort of a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. So maybe it's poised, to make this move. I mean, look at it. It just made the move. Oscar. Big hit up, big hit down. Okay, big hit down. Yeah. Yeah. I think on the 15, on the 5-minute chart, right? Not, yeah, it's not quite. Very, very close though. You know, for these, let's just take a look at it. This is the only time that I think it doesn't matter. You know, these red bar ignores and green bar ignores, etc. So what was that? That was on the 5-minute. Okay. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. So this is what we're talking about right there. Okay, right there. But you know what? I would take that over one that is totally engulfed. I mean, you know, it's just pennies below, because think about what this means. This means that sellers really tried to knock this down and the buyers closed it up here and then it continued. So to me, a big, big bottoming tail that happens to be outside, you know, that previous green candle, I think that's even better than having, you know, something that is totally engulfed. Because again, think of what it means. It means that, you know, in two occasions, right here, this is the SPY. Why am I looking at the SPY? We're supposed to be looking at SIGA, but there's a good example. There we go, SIGA. Yeah, so it's not quite, as you say, it's not quite. And in fact, you have a topping tail here. So had we had a big bottoming tail underneath, not totally engulfed, I would say that's even better. You get a big bottoming tail underneath and then a narrow body. So I just happened to be talking with the SPY thinking it was SIGA, but that's even better. Narrow body, big bottoming tail. So yes, it's not totally engulfed, but boy, I'll take that bottoming tail.
Have you heard? We need to watch back on the original high again. We have an excuse. It's an assignment from Sirius XM's first flight to follow what the satellite thing tells you to do, right? There could be terrible people. I put up for a quote. We got to bring it from our clear university, Rock Hill High School, that on the original high. 80% said fast time. Let's get Mr. Hand up and shoot. I have a pizza delivered. And watch it sometime this weekend between now and Sunday at midnight is your fast time.
All right, guys. I think if you don't mind, I desperately wanting to. They're hitting GME with a put sweep. I didn't have GME up at all. I love this one. GME faces class action lawsuit for alleged breach of labor law. All right, guys, well, I hope you allow me to take off about 4 minutes early. I'm desperately wanting to make a phone call to see if I can start getting this Bluetooth issue settled. So I'm just chomping at the bit here. So thanks for putting up with all the technology mishaps I had today. What am I doing? Okay, so tomorrow's Friday already. Give me a moment. Okay, I shall shut the room down right now. And again, no YouTube. You have to go to there's a Zoom meeting, so I put that link in earlier. So have a great evening, everybody. I will open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you then.